Thank you for downloading the book from the free electronic library Royal Libru. http Royal Libru. All books by the author. http Royal Libru. Author Kozhevnikov Mihail. HTML. The same book in other formats. http Royal Libru. Book Kozhevnikov Mihail. Командование штаб ВВС Советской Армии Великой Отечественной войне 19,411,945 годов. HTML. Enjoy reading. Kozhevnikov Mikhail Nikolaevich, Command and Headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945. Kozhevnikov Mikhail Nikolaevich, Command and Headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945. Content Introduction. On the eve of the Great Patriotic War, actions of aviation of capitalist states in the West, the Air Force of Nazi Germany before the attack on the Soviet Union, the state of the Soviet Air Force on the eve of the war. Command and Headquarters of the Air Force of the Soviet Army at the beginning of the war and in the summer-autumn operations of 1941. The nature of the actions of the aviation of the parties in the first days of the war. Organizational strengthening of the Soviet Air Force. Senior aviation commanders of the Air Force on the war fronts, i.e. further strengthening of the Air Force of the Soviet Army. The situation on the fronts in the spring of 1942. Organizational changes in the central apparatus, operational formations and formations of the Air Force of the Soviet Army. Coordination of Air Force actions by representatives of the Supreme High Command for Aviation in the summer-autumn operations of 1942. The struggle for strategic air supremacy in the spring and summer of 1943. Air battles in Cuban air operations of the Soviet Air Force to defeat enemy air groups in the summer of 1943. Actions of the Soviet Air Force to disrupt railway transportation and disorganize enemy road traffic. Command and Headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force in the Battle of Kursk. Operational strategic situation in the Kursk direction by July 1943. Command and Headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force during the preparation for the Battle of Kursk. Actions of Soviet aviation in the Battle of Kursk. The Air Force of the Soviet Army in the operations of the final period of the war. The situation on the fronts by the beginning of 1944. Activities of the command and staff of the Soviet Army Air Force to improve aviation management in the Korsun-Shevchenko operation, in the Belarusian operation, in the Vistula-Oder operation, in the East Prussian operation, in the Berlin operation. In the Far East, the situation by the summer of 1945. Preparation for combat operations in the Far East. Combat operations of the Soviet Air Force. Aviation footage of the Great Patriotic War. Conclusion. Application. Introduction. The Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union against Nazi Germany and its allies in Europe and Asia was the largest military clash of socialism with the striking forces of imperialism, the heaviest and most brutal of all the wars our motherland has ever experienced. The Soviet people and their armed forces under the leadership of the Communist Party inflicted a crushing defeat on Nazi Germany and its satellites, defended the freedom and independence of the socialist fatherland, carried out a great liberation mission, and fulfilled their internationalist duty with honor. The victory L.I. Brezhnev pointed out, which was won in the battles of the Great Patriotic War, is the victory of our heroic working class, the collective farm peasantry, our intelligentsia, the victory of the entire multinational Soviet people. This is the victory of the glorious Soviet Army, the army created by the revolution, brought up by a party inextricably linked with the people. This is a victory of Soviet military science, the combat skill of all branches of the military, the art of Soviet commanders who came from the people. Won. A significant role in the defeat of the Nazi troops belonged to the Soviet Air Force. In close cooperation with the ground forces and the Navy, they took an active part in all frontline and major strategic operations of front groups and carried out independent air operations. Their concentration and massive actions in the main directions contributed to an increase in the scope and decisiveness of operations and were one of the most important factors that determined the maneuverable nature of the war. In a long and stubborn struggle, by the summer of 1943, the Soviet Air Force had won strategic air supremacy in all important directions and thereby created favorable conditions for the ground forces to conduct major offensive operations. With its actions, aviation cleared the way for infantry and tanks, helped them quickly break through defenses and quickly pursue the enemy, encircle and destroy his groups, cross rivers, capture and hold the most important bridgeheads, and thwarted the plans and intentions of the Nazi command. The commander of the Soviet Army Air Force and his headquarters were entrusted with organizing the struggle for strategic air supremacy, implementing interaction between types of aviation, frontline, long-range, air defense, fighter aviation, coordinating their efforts during strategic operations by front groups and independent air operations, direct leadership at the beginning wars in combat operations of long-range bomber aviation, LBO, generalization of the combat experience of the Air Force and the development of proposals for their operational use. The Air Force Command was responsible for the training of aviation reserves, aviation technical supply of units and formations, development of tactical and technical requirements for new types of aircraft and weapons, development of plans for the construction and reconstruction of airfields, for the training and retraining of flight technical personnel. His functions included generalization and implementation in parts and connections of advanced experience in the use in combat and operations of various types and branches of aviation. Coordination of the actions of front aviation in all strategic operations was carried out by representatives of the Supreme High Command Aviation Headquarters. They were senior aviation commanders who headed the Air Force, the commander, a member of the Military Council, and deputy commanders of the Air Force of the Soviet Army. Initially, they were entrusted with organizing massive airstrikes in the interests of only one front. Beginning in 1942, representatives of the Supreme High Command Headquarters for Aviation coordinated the efforts of the air forces of several fronts with the involvement of the DVA forces too. Together with the commanders of the fronts and the commanders of the air forces of the fronts, representatives of the headquarters developed plans for the operation, monitored the implementation of the tasks facing aviation, redirected its efforts during the operation, distributed the aviation reserves arriving at the fronts, and also dealt with aviation technical and airfield support for the attracted aviation forces in a given area. Operations. The Air Force commander, coordinating the actions of the Air Force on 1 to 3 fronts as a representative of the Supreme Command Headquarters, maintained constant operational contact with the General Staff and Air Force Headquarters, was always aware of affairs on all other active fronts and, through his operational group or through the headquarters of the Air Force, gave the necessary orders. In this work, the author aims to show the activities of the Soviet Army Air Force Command, the work of the headquarters, as well as the coordination of the actions of aviation on several fronts and long-range aviation, carried out by representatives of the headquarters of the Supreme High Command. Chronologically, the work covers the period from September 1939 to September 1945, i.e., from the beginning of the Second World War to the victory of the Soviet Army in the Far East, the defeat of the Kuomintang Army and the complete surrender of imperialist Japan. It shows the military operations of the aviation of capitalist states in the West, which preceded the attack of Nazi Germany on the USSR. The work of the command and staff of the Air Force on the eve and during the initial period of the Great Patriotic War was studied. In the operations of the Summer-Autumn Campaign of 1941, in the huge battles of Moscow and Stalingrad, in the North Caucasus and near Kursk, in the final offensive operations of the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945, shows the structure of the Air Force headquarters, its leading directorates and departments, the directions of their activities, the relationship of the command and staff of the Air Force with the General Staff, with the command and headquarters of the fronts and air armies, the role and place of the Air Force in the defeat of Nazi Germany and militaristic Japan by the Soviet armed forces. When writing the book, the author used archival and published materials, his experience as a participant in the events described, repeated conversations during and after the war with Chief Marshal of Aviation A. Novikov, who headed the Soviet Air Force during the Great Patriotic War, and his Deputy General A.V. Nikitin, and members of the Air Force Military Council, Generals P.S. Stepanov and N.S. Shimenov, as well as with many war veterans. The author expresses sincere gratitude to Generals V.I. Semenchikov G.A., Shanyanik, Colonels U.V. Plotnikov V.E., Sokolov V.S., Shumikin F.P., Shstrin N.E., Platonov N.N. Azovtsev for good advice. Notes 1 Brezhnev L.I. On the foreign policy of the KSU and the Soviet state, and articles. M. 1975 p. 534-835. Long-range bomber aviation began to be called long-range aviation (LRA) in March 1942. On the eve of the Great Patriotic War, actions of aviation of capitalist states in the West. On September 1, 1939, Nazi Germany attacked Poland. At 4:45 am, Nazi aviation launched massive attacks on airfields, communications centers, and economic and administrative centers of Poland. Wehrmacht ground forces crossed the border and invaded Polish territory from the north, from East Prussia, from the west, from East Germany, and from the south, from Slovakia. The Second World War began. On the ground and in the air, the forces of the parties were too unequal. Hitler's Germany sent about 2,000 combat aircraft against Poland, bombers 1,100, fighters 650, and reconnaissance aircraft 250. The Polish Air Force had only 824 combat aircraft, most of which were obsolete. Polish air defense was also very weak and consisted of only about 400 medium and small caliber anti-aircraft guns. And yet, Polish pilots courageously entered into the fight against enemy aircraft, and on the very first day they shot down 14, and in the course of further actions 130 German aircraft too. The German Air Force, which had numerical and qualitative superiority over Polish aviation, easily seized air superiority and ensured the rapid advance of its ground forces. The governments of England and France, bound by treaties with Poland, were forced to declare war on Germany. On September 3 at 11 o'clock, the government of England, and 6 hours later the government of France declared war on Germany. Following England, the British dominions declared war on Germany. The United States and some European countries declared their neutrality. England and France declared war on Nazi Germany, not for the sake of helping Poland, but for the sake of their far-reaching plans. The imperialist circles of England and France did not give up hope that Germany, after the capture of Poland, would start a war against the Soviet Union. Taking advantage of the connivance of England and France, fascist German troops quickly defeated the armed forces of Poland, and in early October 1939 eliminated the last centers of resistance of Polish regular units. The Polish Wehrmacht campaign was over. The German-Polish War revealed the enormous combat capabilities of aviation and tank forces. The massive use of aviation forces and mechanized troops in narrow areas made it possible to quickly breach the enemy's defenses to the full depth, introduce mobile formations into the breakthrough, and rapidly develop success. The increased importance of air supremacy in the actions of ground forces was clearly identified. After the defeat of Poland, Nazi Germany began concentrating troops and aircraft on its western borders with the aim of attacking the armies of the Anglo-French coalition. In the period from September 3, 1939 to April 9, 1940, there were no active hostilities by both sides. At this time, the governments of England and France incited Nazi Germany to attack the USSR. This explained the slowness in the deployment of Anglo-French troops and their passivity in actions on the ground and in the air. British aviation conducted aerial reconnaissance of German ports and naval stations, and French aviation conducted groupings of German troops along its border. Nazi aviation carried out aerial reconnaissance of areas of northern France, England, as well as Belgium and Holland. Bombing operations by German aviation were carried out only sporadically against troops and industrial facilities. On April 9, 1940, Nazi Germany occupied Denmark and suddenly, without declaring war, attacked Norway. In addition to ground forces, up to 1,300 combat aircraft, 1,000 bombers and 300 fighters took part in the capture of Norway by the Germans. The Norwegian Air Force had only 180 aircraft of outdated designs. The capital of Norway, Oslo, was captured by a German airborne assault that landed unhindered at Oslo airfield, consisting of 1,500 soldiers and officers armed with automatic rifles, machine guns and light cannons. Norwegian troops, abandoned by their allies, French units abandoned their positions on June 5, followed by the British 2 days later, were forced to capitulate on June 10, 1940. The capture of Denmark and Norway by Hitler's troops improved Germany's strategic position and brought all the countries of Northern Europe under its control. The Western powers were unable to organize and carry out active counteraction to fascist aggression in Norway. British aviation was unable to prevent the landing of fascist German troops in Norway, to support and cover the actions of its own and Norwegian troops, and also to cover maritime transport to Norway from the air. German air superiority provided effective support to its ground forces and again demonstrated the increased importance of the first surprise massive attacks on troops, airfields and ports. The aggression of Nazi Germany against Denmark and Norway did not stop the Wehrmacht's preparations for an offensive in the west with the goal of defeating the Belgian, Dutch and Anglo-French troops. The plans of the German command envisaged striking a blow with a powerful group of ground forces at the center of the Allied armies, cutting the Allied front, pressing the northern enemy group to the English Channel and destroying it. The core of the strike force was to consist of tank and motorized formations, the actions of which were supported by large aviation forces. In accordance with the plan, 3 army groups were deployed consisting of 8 armies, a total of 136 divisions, of which 10 tank and 7 motorized, whose actions were supported by 2 German, 2nd and 3rd air fleets consisting of 3,824 combat aircraft. 5. The command of the 2nd and 3rd air fleets were tasked with gaining air superiority, disrupting enemy command and control, and providing direct support to the advancing troops. It was envisaged that 20 minutes before the start of the ground forces offensive, 1,200-1,400 aircraft would strike at frontline airfields, headquarters, communications centers and communications centers of the Allies in Holland, Belgium and France. With the beginning of the offensive, all aviation efforts were directed to support ground forces and primarily tank formations. On the northeastern front, France and England had 108 divisions. French troops had 2,789 tanks here, of which 2,285 were modern, 11,200 artillery pieces with a caliber of 75 mm and above. The British Expeditionary Force had 310 tanks and approximately 1,350 field artillery pieces. The French Air Force in the first line consisted of 1,648 combat aircraft, including 946 fighters and 219 bombers. British aviation in May 1940 had 1,837 first-line aircraft, including more than 800 fighters and 544 bombers. About 500 British aircraft were based at French airfields. The Belgian Air Force had 186 aircraft, the Dutch Air Force 126. The German offensive took Allied troops and aircraft by surprise. It began with an air attack on airfields, command posts, military warehouses and the most important military industrial facilities in Holland, Belgium and France. In terms of concept and methods of action, the German Air Force was no different from their actions during the invasion of Poland. At 3:30 am on May 10, 1940, a powerful airstrike was launched on approximately 100 airfields in Holland, Belgium and northern France to a depth of 400 km. At 4:30 am, the first groups of German paratroopers were dropped in the rear of the Dutch and Belgian troops. At 5:35 am, Wehrmacht ground forces began their invasion of Holland, Belgium and Luxembourg. The massive surprise attack of Nazi aircraft on airfields played a big role in seizing the initiative and air supremacy. When setting out to gain air supremacy in the West, the High Command of Nazi Germany, with the help of its agents and air reconnaissance data, had comprehensive data on the composition, deployment, state of combat readiness of aviation and the air defense systems of its opponents. Sudden and massive German air raids on airfields caused heavy losses in aircraft and personnel to the Dutch, Belgian and French air forces. During the offensive of the ground forces, fascist German aviation easily gained strategic air supremacy in all important directions. French and British aircraft did not adequately repel the air attack of the German Air Force. The Dutch armed forces were almost inactive. On May 28, the Belgian army capitulated. Attempts by the French High Command to organize active counteraction to the enemy with ground forces were unsuccessful. On June 10, Fascist Italy entered the war against England and France. The French fleet did not conduct active operations at sea and did not have large losses until June 20, 1940. However, the French government of Pétain hastened to decide on surrender and signed it on June 22, 1940 at 1832. The British aviation, based at the airfields of France, flew to its airfields in England on the day of its surrender. On June 24, 1940, the French government signed an armistice with Italy, after which all military operations by the French armed forces ceased. The Anglo-French coalition failed again. What are the most characteristic features in the actions of the Air Force of Nazi Germany? This is the concentration of large aviation forces to deliver the first powerful strikes on the main airfields of aviation in order to seize the initiative in the air. The widespread use of transport aircraft to drop numerous sabotage groups of paratroopers in Holland, Belgium and northern France. Switching the efforts of the Air Force after suppressing enemy aviation to support and cover advancing tank and motorized forces while simultaneously conducting enhanced aerial reconnaissance. After the capitulation of France, Hitler's leadership was looking for ways, including military ones, to speed up the conclusion of a compromise peace with England that was beneficial for themselves and to turn their gaze to the East. The main focus is on the East. We will probably have to demonstrate our strength to England once again before she stops fighting and gives us a free hand in the East. 7. Hitler hoped that the British ruling circles, given the rapid defeat of France, would agree to peace negotiations with Germany and make big concessions. However, the reactionary ruling circles of England, although they were ready to agree with fascist Germany, could not take such a step, taking into account the anti-fascist mood of the broad masses and fearing to cause general indignation. Without waiting for peace proposals, the fascist leaders decided to influence England with the help of their air force. The Nazi command entrusted the implementation of the air offensive to the 2nd and 3rd Air Fleets, which consisted of 1,480 bombers, 760 single-engine fighters, 220 twin-engine fighters and 140 reconnaissance aircraft. 8. The two-month respite that England received after Dunkirk, the defeat and evacuation of the Allied forces from the Dunkirk bridgehead May 28, June 3, 1940, allowed the British command to take measures to strengthen its air force. If on June 4, 1940, the British fighter aviation had 446 combat-ready fighters, then on August 11 there were already 704. The reserve fleet of the British Air Force increased. The Air Defence Command had at its disposal about 2,000 anti-aircraft guns of various calibers. 9. Germany also increased its air power. Since July 1940, the Nazi Air Force began massive raids on England. The raids were carried out during the day by large groups of bombers accompanied by fighters. Airfields, ports, oil storage facilities, warehouses, factories, maritime transport and residential areas of cities were attacked. British fighter aircraft offered stubborn resistance. There were continuous battles in the air. Until August 18, 1940, Nazi aviation lost 367 aircraft, and British aviation lost 213. From September 5, 1940, the Nazi command concentrated all airstrikes on London. The city was hit almost every night from 9 p.m. to 6 am. For example, on the night of September 15, 1940, a massive raid by 1,000 aircraft was carried out on London. When repelling an air raid, British fighter aircraft and anti-aircraft artillery shot down 60 German aircraft and lost 26 of their own. Periodic night air raids on English cities continued until the second half of February. The German Air Force carried out the last massive raids on London in the second half of April and early May 1941. After this, the main forces of the German Air Force began to be transferred to the east. German aviation failed to cause much damage to British industry. The calculation of the Hitlerite command to break the resistance of England through the influence of its air force turned out to be untenable. During the raids, fascist German aviation lost 1,733 aircraft from July to November 1940 alone, and the British Air Force lost 915. There was not enough determination in the combat activities of the German Air Force. For a long time, too many objects of different nature were subjected to periodic attacks, the destruction of which did not have a significant impact on the reduction in industrial output of military products. British bomber aircraft also acted without purpose. Attacks on German targets were carried out with small forces, mainly at night and at long intervals. Such bombings could not cause serious damage to the economy of Nazi Germany and make it difficult for it to prepare for an attack on the USSR. In October 1940, the Italians, who had captured Albania back in 1939, invaded Greece but were unable to defeat the Greek army. At the beginning of April 1941, Nazi Germany attacked Yugoslavia and occupied its territory. In April 1941, Germany, using its bomber aircraft to attack airfields and cities, occupied the territory of Greece with tank and motorized ground forces. Having occupied Yugoslavia and Greece, the Nazis in May 1941 launched an airborne operation to capture the island, Crete. Without encountering active opposition from England and the United States, the fascist leaders continued intensive preparations for an attack on the Soviet Union. Military operations in the West clearly defined the increased combat capabilities of the Air Force and their greater role in achieving the tasks accomplished by the ground forces. The actions of the aviation of capitalist states in Western Europe were studied by the Soviet command. The Communist Party and the Soviet government made certain conclusions and took effective measures to strengthen the Air Force. The Air Force of Nazi Germany before the attack on the Soviet Union. By the time of the attack on the Soviet Union, the fascist German Air Force had increased quantitatively and qualitatively compared to the fall of 1939. As of June 1941, the German Air Force had 10,000 combat aircraft, along with reserve and training aircraft, in Italy, 2,416, in Finland, 307, in Romania, 699, in Hungary, 269, and in total among the states of the fascist bloc, 13,690 aircraft. Organizationally, the German Air Force was divided into the air forces of the High Command, air fleets, military aviation, army and corps and naval air forces. The Air Force included air defense troops and airborne troops. The aviation rear was organizationally separated from the flight units. The commander of the German Air Force was Commander-in-Chief Reichsmarschall G. Göring, and the Chief of the General Staff of the Air Force was General G. Jesonek. The highest aviation association of the Air Force was the Air Fleet. In total, by June 1941 there were 5 air fleets. Each of them contained from 800 to 1,600 combat aircraft. The air fleet consisted of aviation corps 1 or 2, an anti-aircraft corps and a separate aviation squadron. The Aviation Corps was the highest tactical formation, usually including 2 or 3 squadrons of bombers, 1 or 2 squadrons of fighters, 1 to 3 reconnaissance groups and 1 or 2 transport groups. The Aviation Squadron, the main tactical aviation formation, had 2 or 3 aviation groups. The aviation group consisted of 39-47 aircraft, including aircraft of reserve and regular units. The fascist German aviation was armed with aircraft of a completely modern design for the time, which had relatively high tactical and technical data, as can be seen from Table 1. In preparation for the attack on the Soviet Union, the Nazi leadership intensively built and refurbished airfields. From the summer of 1940 to May 1941, more than 250 airfields and 160 landing sites were equipped in Germany. During the same time, 100 airfields and 50 landing sites were built and restored on Polish territory. Airfields were built in Romania and Hungary. A well-developed airfield network provided the German Air Force with dispersed basing and freedom of maneuver in any direction. The strategic plan for the war against the USSR, Plan Barbarossa, provided for the sudden launch of several powerful attacks by large forces of the Air Force, tank and motorized troops with the aim of disuniting, encircling and destroying the main forces of the Soviet Army located in the western part of the Soviet Union, followed by a rapid advance into the interior of the country and access to the line Archangelsk-Astrakhan. Table 1. Tactical and technical data of the main German aircraft by the summer of 1941. Aircraft type, general data, flight characteristics, armament, year of manufacture, aircraft flight weight, kg, number of engines, crew, people, maximum speed, kmh, normal range, km, service ceiling, m, number of guns and machine guns, caliber, bomb load, kg, U-88 bombers for 1939, 7292, 510, 2739, 1001 for 13.07.9, 1000, 3000 Z111 X6, 1938, 11302, 5435, 2800, 7801, 620.07.9, 1000, 2000 U 217 E2, 1939, 8602, 34 500, 2400, 9001 to 315.0, 13.07.9, U87D1. 1939, 4251 to 400, 1927, 502 to 15.07.9 to 1800 fighters, Me 191, 1939, 2505, 11570 to 1010, 1452 to 20.07.9, Me 110 F2, 1939, 6000 702 to 571,210, 1500 to 320.07.9, reconnaissance aircraft KHSH 126, 1 to 253, 710, 9000 to 7.9, FV 189, 1, 2, 3, 344, 947,000 for 7.9, transport U52ZM 1939, 291,286, 6,302, 37.9, 2000 or 17 paratroopers compiled from materials. History of the Second World War 1939, 1945, Vol. 3, p. 323. History of the Air Force of the Soviet Army, p. 450-453. To implement the Barbarossa Plan, the Nazi command allocated, including the armed forces of its allies, 190 divisions, including 19 tank and 14 motorized. The Nazi group consisted of 5.5 million people, about 4,300 tanks, more than 47,000 guns and mortars, 4,980 combat aircraft and 192 warships. 4 of the 5 air fleets rockets were aimed at the USSR. On May 29, 1941, the operational formations of the German Air Force and military aviation intended for operations against the Soviet Union included 306 combat squadrons, including 127 bomber and 89 fighter squadrons. There were about 400 aircraft in reserve. 13. The German Air Force was dominated by bomber aircraft. It accounted for 57.8% of the total aircraft fleet. The share of fighter aircraft was 31.2% and reconnaissance aircraft 11%. Hitler's strategists hoped that in the first days of the war they would be able to destroy Soviet aviation with sudden massive bomber raids on airfields just as they had in Poland and France. Therefore, they paid great attention to the development of bomber aviation. The main blows were supposed to be delivered to Leningrad, Moscow and Kiev. The forces and assets of three strategic groupings were deployed in these directions. In the Leningrad direction, Army Group North, consisting of 29 divisions, was supposed to defeat Soviet troops in the Baltic states and capture Leningrad and Kronstadt. The Army Group was supported from the air by the 1st Air Fleet, consisting of 760 aircraft. In the central regions of Poland, the strongest group of troops was preparing for an offensive. Army Group Center, consisting of 50 divisions and 2 brigades. With the support of the 2nd Air Fleet, 1,670 aircraft, it was supposed to cut through the strategic defense front, encircle and destroy the troops of the Soviet Army in Belarus and develop an offensive against Moscow. Army Group South, consisting of 3 German, 2 Romanian armies, a tank group and a mobile Hungarian corps, a total of 57 divisions and 13 brigades with the support of the 4th Air Fleet and Romanian aviation, 1,600 aircraft, had the task of destroying Soviet troops in right bank Ukraine, reach the Dnieper and develop an offensive to the east. The German Army Norway and 2 Finnish armies were deployed on the territory of Norway and Finland, a total of 21 divisions and 3 brigades. These forces, with the support of the 5th Air Fleet and the Finnish Air Force, 547 aircraft in total, were supposed to capture Murmansk and Polyarny and assist Army Group North in capturing Leningrad. There were 24 divisions in the reserve of the main command of the ground forces. Table 2. Number of combat aircraft of the countries of the fascist militarist bloc intended to attack the USSR: Germany, Italy, Finland, Romania, Hungary. Total approx. 4,070, 307, 623, 48, 4,980. History of the Second World War, 1939, 1945. Volume 3, pp. 328, 338. At the end of June 1941, Italy sent 70 combat aircraft against the USSR as part of an expeditionary corps. The Nazi command set the following tasks for the Air Force: to gain air supremacy and paralyze the actions of Soviet aviation, disrupt communications and disrupt reserve maneuvers, support the rapid advance of ground forces. Thus, Nazi Germany comprehensively prepared for the war against the Soviet Union and had large armed forces, including the Air Force, equipped with all types of military equipment. The state of the Soviet Air Force on the eve of the war. The Communist Party and the Soviet government foresaw the possibility of an armed conflict with the forces of imperialism and, during the years of peaceful socialist construction, took the necessary measures to strengthen the country's defense capability. Much attention was paid to strengthening and developing the Soviet Air Force. In September 1939, the Politburo of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks adopted a resolution on the reconstruction of existing and construction of new aircraft factories. For 1941, it was planned to build 9 new factories and reconstruct 9 old ones. Already in 1940, USSR aviation factories produced 19% more combat aircraft than in 1939. 14-15. In January 1940, the Politburo of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks discussed the issue of the work of the People's Commissariat of the Aviation Industry. A.I. Shakharin, a member of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks, was appointed People's Commissar of the Aviation Industry, and aircraft designer A.S. Yakovlev was appointed his deputy for experimental construction. By the end of 1940, significant organizational changes had been made in the aviation industry. From the Experimental Design Bureau headed by A.N. Tupolev, independent design teams of V.M. Petlyakov, A.A.R. Pengelsky, P.O. Sukhoy, and V.M. Myasishchev were allocated. New aviation design bureaus were created, led by A.I. Mikoyan, M.I. Gurevich, S.A. Lavachkin, M.I. Gudkov, and V.P. Gorbanov. Existing engine building design bureaus were expanded and new ones were created. Table 3. Number of new types of aircraft produced by the aviation industry by the beginning of the Great Patriotic War. Aircraft type 1941 until June 22. Total Yak 164 335 399 MiG-3 21,289 1,309 LAGG-3 322 322 P-22 458 460 L-2 240 249 total 86 2653 2739 TS Gasa F 130 up 25 D 199 pp 45 New Soviet combat vehicles in terms of flight performance data were at the level of the requirements of the time. For example, the MiG-3 aircraft was superior in combat characteristics to fighters of the same type in England, the USA and Germany. The P-2 aircraft was better than German bombers of the same type U-87, U-88. The air forces of capitalist states did not have attack aircraft of the LL-2 type. Soviet Union in 1939 and 1940 produced more aircraft than Germany, but the German aviation industry produced new types of aircraft, and our aviation industry was just mastering the production of new aircraft. As a result, as of June 22, 1941, the air forces of the western border military districts still had many obsolete aircraft. For example, I-16, 1762 fighters, I-153, 1549, 16 fighters. Table 4. Tactical and technical data of the main types of aircraft of the Soviet Army Air Force by the summer of 1941. Aircraft type general data flight characteristics armament year of manufacture aircraft flight weight kg number of engines crew people maximum speed kmh normal range km service ceiling m number of guns and machine guns caliber bomb load kg bombers SB 1935 6502 3445 1000 9004 7.62 600 1500 P2 1000 1941 7702 3540 1100 9004 7.62 600 1000 DBZF 1937 8002 3440 2700 6963 7.62 1000 500 TB3 1931 19204 8288 4000 6960 7.62 2000 4000 TB7 1940 27004 10 443 4700 10306 7.62 12.7 20.0 2000 4000 Sturmovixil to 1941 5341 1412 510 7500 228 207.62 RS 82.0 400 600 fighters I-15 bis 1935 1651 1367 779,004 7.62 150 I-16 1934 1878 462 625 10,804 7.62 100 I-153 1938 8 1858 11 427 690 10704 7.62 200 Yak 1 1941 2917 1 572 710 501 220.0 7.62 LAGG 3 1941 3381 1 549 556 9601 120.0 12.77.62 200 MiG 3 1940 3299 1 621 12,000 1 to 12.77.62 200 Scouts R5 1931 3431 to 230 604,637.62 200 400 Note: the table is compiled based on materials. History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 3 p. 424 History of the Air Force of the Soviet Army p. 441 On February 25, 1941, the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, by a special resolution on the reorganization of the aviation forces of the Red Army, approved the plan of the People's Commissariat of Defense for the further development of the Air Force. It was planned to increase the number of aviation in the border military districts, improve the training of aviation personnel, reorganize the aviation rear and carry out extensive measures to reconstruct and expand the airfield network capable of supporting the basing and combat use of new types of aircraft. By the spring of 1941, the number of Air Force aircraft had more than doubled compared to the beginning of 1939, and the number of aviation regiments had increased by 80%. 17. At the beginning of 1941, the formation of 106 new aviation regiments began in the Air Force, of which only 19 were formed by the beginning of the war, including 13 long-range bomber regiments, 18 carrying out technical re-equipment and improving the organizational structure of the Air Force. The Communist Party did a lot of work to instill high moral and combat qualities in its personnel. Communists and Komsomol members in the Air Force made up to 60% of the personnel and played a vanguard role in combat and political training, in the struggle for the combat capability and combat readiness of their aviation units and formations. 19. The combat effectiveness and combat readiness of aviation units and formations, the effectiveness of the use of military equipment, all this was directly dependent on the morale and combat state, skills and creative initiative of the aviators. The high morale and fighting spirit of Soviet pilots, as one of the most important factors in the power of the Air Force, was due to our socialist social and state system, the socio-political and ideological unity of the Soviet people, the enormous ideological, theoretical, organizational and propaganda work of the Communist Party. Much has been done to train personnel. In December 1940, a new principle for recruiting cadets to military aviation schools was established by selecting candidates from regular calls for youth for military service. The resolution of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR dated February 25, 1941 established a new system for training pilots, aviation engineers and technicians. 3 types of military aviation schools with shortened training periods were introduced. Initial training schools with a duration of study in peacetime of 4 months and in wartime of 3 months. Schools for military pilots with a training period of 9 months in peacetime and 6 months in wartime. Aviation schools with a training period of 2 years in peacetime and 1 year in wartime. Measures were taken to expand the training of senior aviation personnel with higher military education. For many years, this training was carried out only at the Air Force Academy, NE, Zhukovsky, and at the Aviation Department of the Military Academy named after M.V. France. In March 1940, by order of the People's Commissar of Defense of the USSR from the Air Force Academy, N.E. Zhukovsky, Chief Division Commander 3, M. Pomerantsev, Military Commissar, Brigade Commissar M. I. Izatov. Faculties were allocated: Command, Operational, Correspondence Command, Navigator and Advanced Training Courses for Air Force Command personnel in an independent academy called Military Academy of Command and Navigation Staff of the Red Army Air Force. Among the latest graduates of the command faculty of the academy, N. E. Zhukovsky in 1940 were P. I. Ivashutin, S. N. Greco, S. A. Pestov, V. A. Novikov, A. I. Podolsky, N. N. Ostromov, G. Shananik, G. K. Prasakov, A. S. Kravchenko, A. A. Kerrigan, N. P. Kuzmin, M. N. Kozhevnikov, P. N. Asiv, M. V. Afanasiev, A. V. Zhatkov, A. V. Kramchenkov, A. F. Isupov, A. S. Bolotnikov, M. I. Maximov, A. F. Mtisov, M. M. Arkin, A. Ya. Volshvaner, G. M. Sokolov, A. T. Shevchenko and others. During the Great Patriotic War, graduates of the command faculty of the Air Force Academy named after N. E. Zhukovsky worked in command and staff positions with great energy, showed high theoretical training, good organizational skills, the ability to manage troops and boundless devotion to their people and the Communist Party. Among the leading personnel of the academy were the head of the command faculty, Colonel M. D. Smirnov, the faculty commissar, Regimental Commissar A. T. Chumakov, the head of the navigation faculty, hero of the Soviet Union, Brigade Commander I. T. Spearin, teaching officers N. A. Zarevlev, A. S. Pleshakov, A. I. Chuganov, N. F. Kadryevtsev, M. D. Tikhonov, G. D. Bankovsky, V. P. Konakatin, T. M. Artmenko, V. S. Pishnov and many others. In March 1941, the Air Force Engineering Academy was created in Leningrad, later named after F. Mozhaisky. In total, at the beginning of the war, 3 Air Force academies were operating, which trained personnel with higher military education specifically for the Soviet Air Force. The main forge for training command and staff personnel was the Military Academy of Air Force Command and Navigation Staff. Political workers for Air Force units and formations were trained at the Military Political Academy named after V.I. Lenin. Large measures were taken to prepare the theater of military operations. In the spring of 1941, work began on the construction, expansion and reconstruction of runways at more than 250 airfields. A significant part of the airfields were built in the new border strip, formed as a result of the reunification of the western regions of Belarus and Ukraine and the entry into the USSR of new republics Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia. From April 8 to July 15, 1941, 164 airfields were built. 20. To ensure high combat readiness and aircraft maneuvers, it was envisaged that each aviation regiment would have 3 airfields, main, reserve field. In order to speed up the construction of previously started airfields, 100 airfield construction battalions were formed. In addition, at the end of March, 25,000 workers were transferred from road work to complete the construction of airfields. 21. In the western border military districts, at many operating airfields where new types of aircraft were to be based, the runways were being concreted and extended, and fuel and ammunition depots and airfield control posts were being built. As a result, flights from such airfields on new types of aircraft were temporarily excluded, and on outdated aircraft limited. Based on the decision of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR dated April 10, 1941, the rear structure of the Air Force was restructured. 22. Before this decree, aviation logistics units were part of aviation formations. Combat practice, especially in the Soviet-Finnish War, showed that such a structure reduces the maneuverability of aviation units and rear units. In order to eliminate this shortcoming, the aviation rear was withdrawn from the direct subordination of aviation formations and organized on a territorial basis. The entire territory of the Western Border Military Districts was divided into 36 aviation basing areas (RAB). The aviation basing area became the main rear organ of the Air Force of the Combined Arms Army Military District front and was intended for logistical, airfield and medical support for 3 or 4 aviation divisions. Each district included air bases at the rate of 1 per division. The airbase was directly subordinate to the district commander and, operationally, to the air division commander. The base had 3 or 4 airfield service battalions (ASB). The airfield service battalion was a separate rear unit and was intended to directly support 1 aviation regiment of twin-engine aircraft or 2 air regiments of single-engine aircraft. The battalion commander was operationally subordinate to the air regiment commander. This rear structure freed aviation units from the cumbersomeness of logistics agencies, increased the continuity of all types of logistics support, and increased the maneuverability of aviation regiments and divisions. The restructuring of the aviation rear was supposed to be completed by August 1, 1941. Measures were planned to disperse and camouflage aircraft at airfields. On June 14, 1941, the People's Commissar of Defense of the USSR gave instructions to the command of the border military districts to withdraw frontline commands to field command posts from June 21 to 25. On June 19, orders were given to begin camouflaging airfields, military units, and important facilities, to paint tanks and vehicles in khaki colors, and to disperse aircraft 23. However, the sudden and treacherous attack of Nazi Germany disrupted most of the ongoing measures for the radical reorganization and rearmament of the Soviet Air Force. It is for this reason that the aviation of the Western Border Military Districts found itself in a very difficult situation at the beginning of the war. The construction of many airfields was not completed, aviation maneuvers were limited, and the restructuring of the aviation rear to a new service system was not completed. 24. The desire of the Air Force Command to carry out the development of new types of aircraft coming from factories directly at the airfields of the Western Border Military Districts led to the accumulation of a large number of obsolete aircraft at airfields located near the state border. At individual airfields in the Western and Ksp special military districts there were up to 100 or more aircraft. During the retraining process, a significant part of the aircraft of outdated designs at these airfields remained without crews. For this reason, the planes could not take off at the time of the enemy attack and were unprotected targets of German aviation. All this sharply limited the combat capabilities of the Soviet Air Force. The Soviet High Command was entrusted with repelling an attack from the west by the troops of the Leningrad, Baltic Special, Western and Kiev Special Military Districts and the Odessa Military District. The Air Force, as well as 3 fleets, the Northern, Red Banner Baltic and Black Sea, covering rear facilities from airstrikes in the western border zone, was to be carried out by those formations and units of the country's air defense forces that were united into 5 air defense zones: Northern, Northwestern, Western, Kiev and Southern. For air defense, 40 fighter aviation regiments, which included about 1,500 aircraft, were allocated from the Air Force for special purposes. 25. In the Western Border Military Districts there were 170 divisions, 103 rifle, 40 tank, 20 motorized, 7 cavalry and 2 brigades. This group consisted of 2,680,000 people, 37.5 thousand guns and mortars, 1,475 new types of tanks, KB and T-34, 1,540 new types of combat aircraft, as well as a large number of outdated designs. 26. By the beginning of the war, the Air Force of the Soviet Army consisted of aviation of the High Command, long-range bomber aviation, frontline aviation, air forces of military districts, army aviation, air forces of combined arms armies, and military aviation, corps air squadrons. Aviation of the High Command accounted for 13.5%, ground forces aviation 86.5%, frontline 40.5%, army 43.7%, military 2.3%. The ratio of aviation branches in the air forces of the Western military districts: fighters 59%, bombers 31, attack aircraft 4.5, reconnaissance aircraft -5.5%, 27. The air forces of the border military districts were headed by Leningradsky, Commander Major General of Aviation A. Novikov, Chief of Staff Major General A. P. Nekrasov, Baltic Special, Commander Major General of Aviation A. P. Ionov and Chief of Staff Major General of Aviation S.P. Sinyakov, Western Special, respectively Major General of Aviation I. Konets and Colonel S.A. Kadyakov, Q Special, Lieutenant General of Aviation E.S. Tukin and Major General of Aviation N.A. Laskin. Odessa, Major General of Aviation F.G. Michugin and Major General of Aviation A.Z. Ustinov, the commanders and chiefs of staff of the air forces of the border military districts were experienced and operationally well-trained military leaders. The air forces of the internal military districts located beyond the border military districts were headed by Moscow, Commander Colonel N.A. Sbaitov, Chief of Staff Colonel A.N. Burtsev, Orlovsky, Colonel N.F. Naumenko and Colonel A.F. Van Yushin, respectively. Kharkovsky, Major General of Aviation S.K. Goryanov and Colonel M.A. Belishev. North Caucasus, Major General of Aviation E.M. Nikolayenko and Colonel N.V. Kornev. Transcaucasian Aviation Lieutenant General S.P. Denisov and Brigade Commander S.P. Lavrik. Table 5. Composition of the Air Forces of the Western Border Military Districts as of June 22, 1941. Military District Air Divisions, Air Regiments, Brigades, Ad Total BAPI AP SHAP Intelligence Total LEN 013489134112454 Pribo 014581832111959 Zapo 021361321222988 Co as of 061 1941 325 10 11 4 17 5 21 232 10 11 Ardvo as of June 1 1941 337 2741 15 6 450 years of the Armed Forces of the USSR 1968 pp. 238, 251. The numerator shows the total number of aviation aircraft. The denominator shows retraining on new types of aircraft including 2 air defense EADs, 2 EADs and 1 BAD were formed. 2 EADs were formed in the Far East. On the eve of the war, there was a Far Eastern Front 28. The commander of the Air Force was Lieutenant General of Aviation K. M. Gusev and the Chief of Staff was Major General of Aviation Ya. S. Shkarin. The air forces of the internal military districts included several aviation formations and units equipped with outdated aviation equipment and a large number of aviation schools and colleges. With the beginning of the war, aviation regiments, divisions and aviation groups were formed on the territory of internal military districts and sent to the front. Long-range bomber aviation on the eve of the war underwent major organizational changes. In November 1940, in order to improve management and eliminate multi-level leadership, 3 special-purpose aviation armies as of the High Command, created back in 1936-1938, were reorganized into Bomber Aviation Corps of 2 aviation divisions of 2 regiments each. A total of 5 Air Corps and 3 separate air divisions were created. By the beginning of the war, the formation of 1 long-range escort fighter aviation division had begun in each aviation corps. In the area of Novgorod, Smolensk, Kursk, Zaporizhzhia, Skamarapha, 4 Air Corps, 1 separate aviation division, a total of 9 divisions, 29 aviation regiments which numbered 1,346 aircraft and 931 combat crew were stationed. 29 DB-3 aircraft in long-range bomber aviation accounted for up to 86%, TB-3 14%. There were only 11 aircraft in combat units of the latest TB-7, P-8 aircraft 30. On the eve of the war, the Air Corps were commanded by 1st Bomber Air Corps, General V.I. Izetov, 2nd, Colonel K.N. Smirnov, 3rd, Colonel N.S. Skripko, 4th, Colonel V.A. Sudets and the 18th Bomber Separate Air Division, Colonel A.M. Daboshin. The 5th Air Corps was in the Far East at the stage of formation. Long-range bomber aviation as a type of aviation of the Air Force was headed by a specially created aviation department of the main command. The head of the department until April 1941 was a participant in the battles in Spain, hero of the Soviet Union, Aviation Lieutenant General I. Proskorov and then Colonel L.A. Gorbatsevich. On the eve of the war, the leadership of the Soviet Air Force was carried out by the main directorate of the Air Force. The head of the main directorate of the Air Force was Lieutenant General of Aviation P.F. Zhagarev, who replaced Lieutenant General of Aviation P.V. on April 12, 1941. Ryshagova. Pavel Fedorovich Zhagarev came to aviation from the cavalry. In 1927 he graduated from the military pilot school and in 1932 from the Air Force Academy. N.E. Zhukovsky. He commanded an air squadron, air brigade and air force of the 2nd Separate Red Banner Army in the Far East. In December 1940, he was appointed to the post of deputy head of the main directorate of the Air Force of the Soviet Army. Corps Commissar P.S. Stepanov was appointed deputy head of the Air Force Main Directorate for Political Affairs 31. Organizationally, the Air Force Main Directorate consisted of the Air Force Headquarters, Chief of Staff General D.N. Nikishev from May 1941, General P.S. Valedin, Directorates and Independent Departments. The Directorate of the Air Force and a number of other departments were subordinate to the head of the main Directorate of the Air Force. By the beginning of the war, there was no independent logistics service within the central apparatus of the Air Force. Instructions for organizing the work of the rear air forces of the military districts, front air forces, came directly from the headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Forces. These functions were performed by the logistics department of the headquarters, the head of which was General P.V. Karateyev. The headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force by that time organizationally consisted of several independent departments, the leading of which was the first department. The head of the first department was one of the famous Soviet military theorists, General B.L. Teplinsky, who was also the deputy chief of staff of the Air Force 32. The Air Force headquarters was undergoing a reorganization and staffing of leading departments with new officers. Among the heads of departments and divisions were General D. Grendel, Colonels V. Storozhenko, A.I. Bogdanov, Majors N.F. Andrionov, D.K. Krpovich. The headquarters employed highly qualified officers who at one time flew combat aircraft, and most of them graduated from the command or navigation departments of the Air Academy. I.P. Potapov V.I. Artemiev V.P. Poshphantsev A.Ya. Olshvaner I.M. Kuzmin E.S. Chalik A.M. Vlasov V.A. Dmitriev. Work at the headquarters was organized along operational lines with one or two officers working in each of them. They kept maps of the operational situation of the air forces of several military districts, studied the potential enemy, took into account and analyzed its combat strength and airfield network, maintained constant contact with the headquarters of the air forces of the military districts, prepared draft orders and orders to the troops and reports to the general staff, monitored the implementation of measures, reorganization and rearmament of the air force, inspected aviation units. After the occupation of Poland and France by the fascist invaders, the situation on our western borders became increasingly tense. The Germans began to violate the air borders of our motherland more and more often. From January 1 to June 22, 1941, the fascist German command, conducting reconnaissance, violated the air border of the USSR and in some cases penetrated into our territory up to 350 km. There were a number of cases where Soviet fighters intercepted German reconnaissance aircraft and forced them to land. The use of machine gun fire by our fighters against intruder aircraft was then prohibited by the Soviet command. After a forced landing, automatic explosions often occurred in the cockpits of German aircraft. Such an incident occurred, for example, on April 15, 1941 in the Rivne region, when a Soviet fighter intercepted a U-86 reconnaissance aircraft and forced it to land. When the German pilots ran away from the plane, 2 explosions were heard. The plane caught fire, but it was extinguished. 3 cameras were found on the plane, of which only one survived. The photographic film showed railway junctions on the Kyiv, Khorasan Section 33. Sometimes German intruder planes, in response to demands from our fighter interceptors to land, opened fire on them and left our territory. This was especially often observed on the eve of the attack of Nazi Germany on the USSR in May and June 1941. The intensity of violations of the western air border of the USSR by German aircraft in May-June 1941 increased significantly. Simultaneously with the development of the Barbarossa plans as the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the fascist German command in the summer of 1940 began deploying troops on the borders with the Soviet Union. The sending of saboteurs and spies into the territory of the USSR, reconnaissance flights sharply increased. During the first half of 1941, 324 cases of violations of the USSR air border by fascist planes were recorded. 34. The General Staff and the Air Force Command took measures to strengthen the number of fighters on duty at the airfields of all 5 western border districts. For example, in the Western Special Military District in the summer of 1941, the following number of fighter duty units was established for each day. On I-153 and I-16 aircraft, 5 on new types of MiG-3 aircraft, 3 on duty units in ambushes, 8-16 links in total 35. Slightly smaller numbers of fighters were on duty in other border military districts. The fighters on duty at the first moment of repelling the sudden, treacherous attack of Nazi aviation at dawn on June 22, 1941 played a big role. Soviet pilots, together with border guards, were the first to engage in an unequal battle with the aggressor and put up stubborn resistance to superior enemy forces. In the Central Office of the Air Force, the leading departments and main departments of the Air Force headquarters were rapidly staffed with pilot officers, navigators and engineers who graduated from military academies. The Air Force headquarters and its operations department developed directives and orders for troops on issues of operational and combat training. With the participation of the Air Force headquarters, the preparation of all aviation regulations and manuals as well as the draft field manual of 1941 was completed. It is known that back in January 1940, by orders of the People's Commissar of Defense of the USSR, combat regulations for bomber, DU-40 and fighter aviation were put into effect. DU-40, which guided the troops. In the same year, by order of the head of the main directorate of the Air Force of the Soviet Army, a list of individual theoretical topics was determined for development by the commanders of the Air Force of military districts. In February 1941, the Air Force headquarters developed a list of operational tactical topics for training officers of the Air Force headquarters of military districts and air divisions. On February 28, 1941, the head of the Air Force main directorate indicated in his order that the development of an individual topic is one of the most important measures to improve the operational tactical training of senior and senior aviation commanders. 36. These topics fully met the requirements of waging war against a powerful enemy and were quite definite and specific. Here is a list of them. Air Force actions to gain air superiority in a frontline offensive operation. Actions of the front Air Force to disrupt the enemy's transportation and concentration. Actions of the front Air Force to prevent the advance of the enemy's operational reserves to the place of breakthrough. In a counter-battle of a cavalry mechanized group, to destroy large mechanized enemy formations that have broken through into the depths of our location, to support an airborne operation, to repel an enemy amphibious assault. 37. The commanders of the air forces of the border military districts were supposed to submit their abstracts on given topics to the Air Force headquarters by April 1, 1941, but due to the aggravated international situation and the measures taken by the troops to reorganize and re-equip the aviation units and formations of the air forces of the border military districts, the deadline for their submission were postponed to June 1941. The headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force also resolved issues of organizing and implementing interaction between the branches of aviation and aviation with ground forces. Back in October 1940, an order was given to the Air Force commanders of 4 military districts, Western Special, Leningrad, Transcaucasian and Far Eastern Front, to develop a draft instruction for organizing the interaction of aviation with ground forces, the main provisions of which were used at the beginning of the war. In January 1941, the People's Commissar of Defense of the USSR ordered the commanders of military districts and the head of the main directorate of the Air Force, in order to increase the level of training of the headquarters of aviation formations and deepen the skills of senior command personnel in the use of large air forces in operations, to attach headquarters of aviation formations, including Headquarters Air Corps of Long-Range Bomber Aviation, to the corresponding Army departments, and some of the headquarters to the headquarters of military districts 38. The General Staff and the Air Force Command conducted many different aviation exercises. In 1940, more than 130 regimental, divisional and district exercises were conducted with aviation formations and Air Force units 39. On the eve of the war, the theory of the operational use of the Air Force in a future war was developed quite deeply. Soviet military science took into account that aviation had to play a major role in the struggle to gain air supremacy and in assisting the ground forces and the Navy in their offensive and defensive operations. In the draft field manual of the Red Army, 1939, it was written, "Aviation has powerful weapons, high flight speed and a large range of action. It is a powerful means of destroying enemy manpower and technical means, destroying its aircraft and destroying important objects. Aviation operates in operational and tactical communications with ground forces, carries out independent air operations against targets deep behind enemy lines and fights enemy aircraft, ensuring air supremacy. 40. Particular attention from the Air Force Command and Staff was paid to the development of issues regarding the participation of aviation in offensive operations, primarily in deep operations. According to the theory of a deep offensive operation, the offensive of troops should be in the nature of suppressing the entire defensive zone, followed by a breakthrough, encirclement and destruction of the enemy. 41. It was believed that a simultaneous powerful strike by infantry, tanks, artillery and aviation would make it possible to break through enemy defenses to its entire tactical depth, and the subsequent introduction of mobile formations, mechanized and cavalry, into the breakthrough with active air support from the air, combined with decisive actions behind enemy lines by air forces, landing forces, will ensure the encirclement and destruction of the enemy. 42. It was assumed that the Air Force in these operations would solve the following combat missions: gaining air superiority, assisting ground forces in breaking through the enemy's tactical defense zone, covering troops and rear facilities from air strikes, striking operational, strategic reserves and facilities behind enemy lines, ensuring the entry of the success development echelon into the breakthrough, as well as its combat operations in the operational depth of the enemy's defense, supporting airborne assaults, supplying friendly troops by air and conducting aerial reconnaissance. 43. Gaining air supremacy was considered one of the most important tasks of the Air Force. It could be achieved on a strategic and operational scale. In the direction of the main attacks of the ground forces, air supremacy was achieved through the joint efforts of the air forces of two or several adjacent fronts, the aviation of the High Command and ground-based air defense systems. It was recommended to fight enemy aviation in two ways: by destroying enemy aviation at airfields with a simultaneous attack on its rear, frontline bases, repair services, fuel and ammunition depots, and by destroying enemy aviation in air battles. According to pre-war views, independent air operations of the Air Force were divided into strategic and operational. The first included air operations carried out by the Supreme High Command in the interests of the war as a whole. They were directed against the enemy's most important military, economic and political centers and were intended to undermine his military economic power, disorganize the work of the rear, disrupt government administration and communications, and morally suppress the population and army. In the interests of the ground forces and naval forces, air operations of operational significance were envisaged. Their main goals were the defeat of opposing aviation groups, disruption of maneuver, concentration of enemy troops, defeat of its operational strategic reserves, weakening of naval forces and the defeat of large enemy amphibious landings. A significant contribution to the development of independent air operations was made by Professor Brigade Commander A.N. Lapchinsky, the author of a number of scientific works including the remarkable military theoretical work Air Army. Its main provisions were used in the practical activities of the command and staff of the Soviet Army Air Force on the eve of and during the Great Patriotic War. About the main task facing the Air Force, he wrote, in particular, ultimately, no matter what mission aviation performs on the ground, it always faces the question of air superiority. Aviation entered the war as a new powerful offensive factor. Hence the logical conclusion is the unity of action of ground and air forces to achieve common success. Aviation does not create a triumphal procession for the advance of mass armies. It itself will not make triumphal flights. The fight in all successive operations of the air forces will be stubborn and cruel. Aviation will help the front line insofar as it will provide it with greater offensive capabilities compared to the enemy, carrying out a series of its successive independent operations. Since there is a massive offensive army, the main task of the Air Army is to facilitate the advancement of this army forward, for which all forces must be concentrated. Since a maneuver war is being waged, it is necessary to win air-ground battles that begin in the air and end on the ground, which requires concentration of all air forces. 44. In the pre-war years, issues of the combat use of the Air Force in various operations and in the war in general were studied quite deeply in a number of major scientific works by Soviet military leaders and scientists. 45. The issues of combat use of aviation in the initial period of the war were developed in the works of Corps Commander V.V. Krupin and Colonel P.I. Malinovsky, written back in 1936-46. The following main tasks of the Air Force at the beginning of the war were indicated: suppression of the air enemy to the entire depth of its location in order to gain dominance in the air, disrupting the concentration of enemy armies, support by part of the aviation forces for combat operations of the advanced army of the ground forces. At the same time, actions against the enemy's economic and political centers were not excluded. The work also indicated that in order to preserve aviation in the initial period of the war, it would be advisable to promptly withdraw aviation units from permanent airfields to field airfields. The first operations of the Second World War allowed the Soviet command to clarify the content of the initial period of the war, its significance for the course and outcome of the armed struggle. The initial period was considered as the period of time from the beginning of hostilities until the entry of the bulk of the armed forces into battle. 47. The use of all types of armed forces in war, including the Air Force, was discussed in detail at a meeting of senior command staff which was held in December 1940 at the direction of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks by Marshal of the Soviet Union S.K. Timosenko. The head of the main directorate of the Air Force, General P.V. Ryshagov, gave a report on military air forces in the offensive operation and the struggle for air superiority. The report indicated that it was possible to reliably prepare a front offensive, protect transported troops, especially mounted and mechanized ones, from airstrikes, quickly and systematically break through the enemy's fortified zone and develop success in depth only if there was air supremacy in the air. The conquest of air supremacy, the report said, is achieved by destroying enemy aircraft at airfields with a simultaneous attack on its rear, frontline bases, repair facilities, fuel and ammunition depots, as well as by destroying enemy aircraft in the air above the battlefield. 49. However, there was not yet a single point of view on a number of issues of the operational use of the Air Force in war, especially on issues of the struggle for air supremacy among the leadership. Some meeting participants, exaggerating the very limited combat experience of the war in Spain and their personal experience, underestimated the actions of the Nazi German Air Force to quickly defeat Polish and French aviation, achieved mainly through sudden massive attacks on airfields. Summing up the meeting, S.K. Timosenko approved the main provisions of the reports made at the meeting and made comments on some. In particular, about the use of the Air Force, it was said, with regard to the use of the Air Force in operations, we have a lot of accumulated experience, but this experience has not yet been generalized and studied. Moreover, this can be especially fraught with dire consequences. Our Air Force leadership there is no unity of views on such issues as the construction and planning of operations, assessing the enemy, methods of conducting air warfare and imposing one's will on the enemy, choosing targets, etc. 50. Different interpretations of the operational use of the Air Force in war affected, to some extent, the organizational structure of the Air Force. A conclusion was made, which did not justify itself in the Great Patriotic War, about the need to divide aviation into Army aviation, specifically designed to interact with Army troops, and frontline aviation, operating according to the front plan. This conclusion was made on the basis of combat experience gained in battles near the river Kalkin-Gal, May-September 1939, and in the conflict with Finland, November 30, 1939, March 13, 1940. In relation to such small wars, the division of aviation into army and frontline aviation was quite justified. However, in a major war with a strong enemy, where massive efforts and centralization of control of all aviation forces participating in the operation were required, such an organizational structure was unacceptable. Thus, in the pre-war years, Soviet operational art generally correctly considered the issues of the operational use of the Air Force in offensive and defensive operations. Many provisions of the theory of operational art of the Air Force were tested in major exercises and maneuvers conducted in the pre-war years. Along with this, there were also poorly developed aspects in our military theory. The problems of repelling a surprise enemy attack, conducting joint actions of the Air Force with ground forces in strategic defense, and bringing troops and aviation to increased and full combat readiness were not sufficiently developed. On the eve of the war, the command and staff of the Soviet Army Air Force paid enough attention to improving the combat and political training of units and formations of frontline and long-range bomber aviation. New requirements for combat and political training of troops were established by the People's Commissar of Defense of the USSR in Order No. 30 of January 29, 1941, as well as in the directive of the main Directorate of Political Propaganda of the Soviet Army on the restructuring of party political work issued back in August 1940. The principle was laid down in the training of troops. Teach troops only what is needed in war, and only in the way that is done in war. The Air Force was tasked with working out interaction with ground forces and the Navy, conducting active combat operations with large forces, and paying more attention to mastering flights in difficult weather conditions and at night. Each aviation regiment was assigned one air squadron to undergo night training. The combat and political training of aviation units and formations on the eve of the war was systematically checked by the command of the Soviet Army Air Force. This can be seen in the following example. In April 1941, the 12th Bomber Aviation Division of the Air Force of the Western Special Military District was checked, which was significantly behind the established deadlines for retraining for new types of aircraft. The group of Air Force officers allocated for the inspection was headed by the head of the Air Force Formation and Staffing Department, General A.V. Nikitin. Alexei Vasilievich Nikitin linked his fate with aviation back in 1921, entering the School of Military Observer Pilots in Petrograd. He joined the ranks of the Red Army back in May 1919. He became a member of the Communist Party in 1925. His path in aviation. Observer pilot, flight commander, commander of an aviation detachment and aviation squadron. Being the chief of staff of the pilot school in Lugansk, he simultaneously graduated from it and received the specialty of a military pilot. Later he served as chief of staff of the Air Force of the Transcaucasian Military District, chief of staff of the Air Force of the Transbaikal Military District. Since 1939, he worked in the Central Office of the Air Force. The inspection confirmed that 104 crews of the division continued to be in the retraining stage. The reason for this turned out to be the fear of the division command to have flight accidents. Because of this, the flight personnel were given more export flights and flights for light exercises according to the combat training plan than was required by the level of pilots' preparedness. And this naturally delayed the development of tasks for combat use. During the review of the inspection, General A.V. Nikitin pointed out the inadmissibility of such a vicious retraining method and the irresponsibility of the Air Division Command for the state of combat training. It was ordered to speed up the retraining of flight personnel and immediately begin performing combat missions. During the inspection, Air Force inspectors released 20 division pilots for independent flights on new types of aircraft, who showed excellent performance during the inspection, and the leadership flight personnel of aviation regiments and squadrons began practicing combat missions. The inspection gave a big impetus to speeding up the training of combat use exercises by the flight personnel, which had a positive effect on increasing the combat effectiveness of the division. In the first days of the war, the 12th Bomber Division distinguished itself in battles and was noted for its high combat skill and courage of its personnel in the order of the Military Council of the Western Front 51. On the eve of the war, combat training of long-range bomber aviation units and formations was carried out with great intensity. In the first half of June 1941 alone, the crews flew 8,614 hours, of which 1,032 hours were at night and 679 hours were spent on high-altitude training. During this time, 1,400 cross-country flights were carried out, 1,839 bombing missions at training grounds and 1,560 aerial firing. 52. Long-range bomber aviation also had some combat experience gained through participation in the Soviet-Finnish conflict. In January-March 1940, she made 2,129 combat sorties against railway junctions, stations, military factories and ports. 53. On the eve of the war, the Communist Party, the Soviet government and the High Command carried out a lot of work to strengthen the Soviet Air Force. The outbreak of the Second World War made it necessary to clarify views on the combat use of the Air Force. Attention was drawn to the massing of aviation forces in the direction of the main attack of ground forces and to the exceptional importance of gaining air superiority with the beginning of military operations. It was recognized that gaining air supremacy may require conducting independent air operations, the purpose of which would be the defeat of enemy air groups. The German-Polish War and the campaign in Western Europe confirmed that the Air Force as a branch of the armed forces is capable of solving major operational and strategic tasks. Notes 1. History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 3. M. 1974 p. 22 Ibid. p. 22. 3. History of the Air Force of the Soviet Army. M. 1954 p. 399. 4. History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 3 p. 71. 5. History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 3 p. 81. 6. Ibid. p. 86, 87, 89. 7. Holder F. War Diary Trans from German Team 1908 p. 495. 8. History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 3 p. 132. 9. Ibid. p. 133. 10. History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 3 p. 134. 11. Ibid. p. 135. 12. History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 4 p. 13. 13. History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 3 p. 326, 328. 14. 15. History of the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941-1945 t. 1 m. 1961 p. 414. 16. Military Historical Journal 1974 no. 7 p. 17. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 up. 28401 no. 22 L. 34. 18. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 39 up. 11282 Building 17 L. 256 19. Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 M. 1968 p. 23. 20. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F35 up 28737 D1 pp. 7. 33. 116. 21. History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 3 p. 423. 22. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 up. 30807 no. 23 no. 15. 23. 23. History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 3 p. 441. 24. Ibid. Vol. 4 p. 27. 25. History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 3 p. 425. 26. Ibid. Vol. 4 p. 25. 27. Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War 1941-1945 p. 13. 28. The Far Eastern Fleet Field Administration was created on June 21, 1940. 29. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 up. 107,559 no. 5 no. 169 170. 30. Ibid. Up. 11,282 D. 20 L. 242. 31. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 up. 11,235 no. 4 L. 67. 32. General B.L. Teplinsky developed and published scientific works, Aviation in Combat of Ground Forces, M. 1940, Fundamentals of General Air Force Tactics, M. 1940, 33. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense, F. 35 up, 11,285 no. 118 pp. 70-73. 34. History of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Vol. 5 Book 1 p. 141. 35. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 up. 11,285 d. 26 L. 1. 36. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. Z5 up. 11,285 Building 1 L. 50. 37. Ibid. LL. 2845, 38. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 up. 11,285 Building 1 L. 8839 Ibid. LL. 6 7. 40. Field Manual of the Red Army 239. Project M 1939 p. 2324. 41. Field Regulations of the Red Army. Project M. 1941 p. 136. 42. Ibid. p. 140. 43. Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 up. 29,401 no. 10 L. 79. 44. Lapchinsky A.N. Air Army. M. 1939 p. 98, 119, 137, 144, 45. Mezhananov S.A. Air Forces in War and Operations. M. 1927. Algazin A.S. Support of Air Operations. M. 1928. Sergey V. Strategy and Tactics of the Red Air Fleet. M. 1935. Ionov P.P. General Tactics of the Air Force. M. 1934. 46 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense. F. 35 Op. 23373 No. 2 No. 57. 47 History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 3 p. 411. 48 Ibid. p. 409-49 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense. F. 35 Op. 29373 No. 2 No. 57. 50 Final Speech of the People's Commissar of Defense of the USSR Marshal of the Soviet Union S.K. Timosenko December 31, 1940 m. 1941 p. 35. 51 Aviation and Cosmonautics of the USSR. M. 1968 p. 92. 52 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense. F-35 Op. 11290 No. 34 No. 12. 53 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense. F-35 Op. 11600 Building 380 L. 2. E. Command and Headquarters of the Air Force of the Soviet Army at the beginning of the war and in the summer-autumn operations of 1941. The nature of the actions of the aviation of the parties in the first days of the war at dawn on June 22, 1941. Fascist Germany, violating the non-aggression treaty, treacherously, without declaring war, unleashed a blow on the Soviet Union from armed forces prepared in advance and concentrated near the borders of the USSR. At 3:30 am, 4 am, Nazi aviation subjected our airfields, railway junctions, naval bases, troop groups and the city of Murmansk to massive raids. Konets, Minsk, Kyiv, Odessa, Sevastopol. At the same time, the artillery opened hurricane fire on defensive fortifications and troop locations. After powerful artillery and air preparation, the enemy's tank and motorized divisions went on the offensive on the front from the Baltic to the Carpathians. Fighting also began south of the Carpathians along the Romanian border to the Black Sea. Together with Nazi Germany, Hungary, Italy, Romania and Finland entered the war against the USSR. Fierce battles unfolded, which were distinguished by their large scope, high dynamism and sudden changes in the situation. The Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union began against Nazi Germany and its European accomplices. The Communist Party and the Soviet government called on the Soviet people to repel the aggressor and expressed firm confidence in victory over him. The peoples of the USSR, united by unbreakable friendship, all as one rose to a holy war for the freedom and independence of their motherland. Hitler's command committed up to 50% of the air forces concentrated near our borders to destroy Soviet aviation. 66 airfields were subjected to air raids on which 65% of the aviation of the western border districts were based, including 26 airfields in the western, 23 in the Kyiv, 11 in the Baltic Special Military Districts and 6 airfields in the Odessa Military District. As a result, the Soviet Air Force lost about 1,200 aircraft on the first day of the war, 800 of them at airfields 1. The aviation of the Western and Kyiv Special Military Districts suffered especially great damage, where fascist German aviation managed to destroy and damage 1,015 aircraft on the first day of the war. The 9th Mixed Aviation Division of the Air Force of the Western Special Military District lost 347 of the 409 aircraft available at the beginning of the war. The 10th Mixed Air Division lost 180 aircraft out of 231, and the 11th Mixed Air Division lost 127 aircraft out of 199. On the second day of the war, these 3 aircraft, the divisions that were in the first echelon, turned out to be incapable of combat and were withdrawn for reorganization. In air battles, fighters of the Air Force of the Western Special Military District shot down more than 100 fascist aircraft, scattered numerous groups of German bombers but were unable to disrupt their raids or at least limit the actions of enemy aircraft. During the day, the enemy destroyed 387 fighters and 351 bombers too. Large losses in the Air Force fleet of the border military districts occurred for the following reasons. A telegram from the People's Commissar of Defense of the USSR, in which the commanders of military districts were warned about the time of a possible attack by Nazi Germany, and an order was given to put troops on combat readiness and to disperse aviation to field airfields, was transmitted to the border military districts only 4 hours before the enemy invasion. 3. Due to the construction and reconstruction of many airfields, the maneuver of air units and air forces of the border military districts was limited. The camouflage of airfields and their air defense coverage were insufficient. Some air commanders lacking experience in repelling sudden massive raids were unable to withdraw their units from the attack and organize a decisive rebuff of fascist aviation. Soviet pilots had to fight in unequal conditions. They were forced to fight mostly with outdated fighters against an enemy armed with modern aircraft and outnumbering them. Despite the difficulty and complexity of the situation, Soviet pilots in all directions acted boldly and selflessly, amazing the world with unprecedented fortitude, unshakable courage and bravery. For example, on the first day, the air squadron of the 127th Fighter Aviation Regiment of the Air Force of the Western Special Military District under the command of Senior Lieutenant I. Drozdov took to the air 4 times to repel enemy bomber raids in the Brest area and shot down 5 fascist planes. In the southwestern direction at 4 hours 25 minutes, the flight commander of the 46th Fighter Aviation Regiment, Senior Lieutenant I. Ivanov, having used up all the ammunition in an air battle, used a ram and shot down an enemy bomber. 4. Pilots of the 91st and 252nd Fighter Aviation Regiments also distinguished themselves here. On the southernmost section of the Soviet-German front, the pilots of the 67th and 55th Fighter Aviation Regiments honorably fulfilled their duty to the motherland. The commander of the 67th Fighter Aviation Regiment, Major B.A. Rudakov, having received information about the approach of enemy bombers, lifted the first group of fighters into the air and aimed them at enemy aircraft. As a result, several enemy vehicles were shot down in an air battle. During the day, the regiment's pilots repelled raids 4 times. They made 117 sorties, disrupted targeted bombing of Nazi bombers and shot down 13 aircraft. The commander of the 55th Fighter Aviation Regiment, Lieutenant Colonel V.P. Ivanov, showed resourcefulness and determination. Having received information about the appearance of 20 German bombers and 18 fighters, he scrambled the duty squadron on new MiG-3 fighters and ordered to attack the enemy, and other fighters of the regiment helped to finally disperse the German bombers and force them to turn back. 5. In the Leningrad direction, hostilities began at dawn on June 22. At 3 hours 20 minutes, when the Leningraders were still sleeping, the first air battle had already occurred on the distant approaches to Leningrad. Fighter pilots Shavrov and Baiko entered into battle with a flight of Mi-110 aircraft. On the first day of the war, Soviet pilots I. Ivanov L.G. Butelin S.M. Gudimov A.S. Danilov D.V. Kokorev A.I. Moklyak E.M. Panfilov P.S. Ryabtsev repeated the immortal feat of their compatriot pilot P.N. Nestorov, who on August 26, 1914, in the Zelkov area, carried out the world's first aerial ram and shot down an enemy plane. Subsequently, many comrades in arms followed the example of the heroic pilots. When they ran out of all ammunition and the enemy continued to advance, they went to ram and shot him down. At 7:15 am on June 22, 1941, the People's Commissar of Defense assigned tasks to the commanders of the border military districts to strike back at the aggressor. The directive stated, 1. Troops with all their might and means attack enemy forces and destroy them in areas where they violated the Soviet border. From now on, until further notice, ground troops will not cross the border. 2. reconnaissance and combat aviation to establish the concentration areas of enemy aviation and the grouping of its ground forces. Using powerful strikes from bomber and attack aircraft, destroy aircraft at enemy airfields and bomb the main groupings of his ground forces. Airstrikes should be carried out to a depth of German territory up to 100-150 km. Bomb Königsberg and Memel 7. However, due to the prevailing conditions, the commanders of the Baltic, Western and Kiev special military districts were unable to organize a powerful retaliatory strike. On June 22, 1941, Soviet pilots flew about 6,000 combat sorties and destroyed more than 200 German aircraft. In the most difficult conditions from the very first days of the war, under the leadership of the Communist Party and the Soviet government, our country turned into a single camp. The national economy was rebuilt on a military basis. The Soviet armed forces were strengthened and reorganized, including the Air Force. On June 22-25, 1941, the front air forces were created on the basis of the aviation of the border military districts. The commanders of the air forces of the fronts were appointed: Northern General A. Novikov, Northwestern General A.P. Ivanov. From July 1, 1941, General T.F. Kutsevalov, Western General I. Teyarsky. From July 2, 1941, Colonel N.F. Naumenko, Southwestern General E.S. Tukin. From July 1, 1941, General F.A. Astakhov, Yuzhny General F.G. Michugin. From June 27, 1941, General P.S. Shilukin. The heavy losses suffered by the aviation of the border military districts, and mainly the qualitative superiority of the bulk of the German aircraft, allowed the fascist German Air Force to seize the initiative in decisive directions. This greatly complicated the actions of ground forces in the border zone when repelling the unfolding enemy offensive, and yet the Soviet Air Force did not lose its combat effectiveness. The attempt of the Nazi command to destroy them by attacks on airfields was not successful everywhere. Soviet aviation lost a large number of aircraft only in the western border military districts. Aviation formations of the northern and southern fronts internal military districts as well as long-range bomber aviation had almost no losses. The remaining Air Force pilots from the border military districts were used in the newly formed aviation regiments and divisions. On the southern sector of the front, a few days before the war, the command of the Odessa military district checked the combat readiness of its troops and aviation. Aviation units were relocated to field airfields where the aircraft were dispersed and camouflaged. The flight crew was on high alert. The headquarters of the Air Force of the military district, Chief of Staff General A.Z. Ustinov, was transferred from Odessa to Tiraspol. These measures made it possible to successfully repel an air attack. The enemy disabled 6 of our aircraft and lost 30. On the eve and with the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, the command and operational functions of the main Directorate of the Air Force of the Soviet Army included directing the combat operations of the long-range bomber aviation directly subordinate to it. Frontline, army and military aviation did not obey him in this regard, which negatively affected the effectiveness of the combat use of various types of aviation. The head of the main Directorate of the Air Force and the headquarters were responsible for the state of combat training of air units and formations and operational training of the headquarters of frontline and long-range bomber aviation, for the training and use of aviation personnel, the development of tactical and technical requirements for aviation equipment, the timely staffing of air units and formations with aircraft and personnel, material, technical and medical support and preparation of airfields. The Air Force commanders of the border military districts were subordinate to the head of the main Directorate of the Air Force of the Soviet Army only in a special regard, i.e. on issues of combat training, retraining, manning, logistics, but not with regard to the combat use of aviation. Therefore, at the beginning of the war, the command of the Soviet Army Air Force could influence the combat activities of frontline aviation only by issuing orders to the commanders of the Air Force of military districts, fronts in the area of concentrating aviation and strengthening it, retraining flight personnel and replenishing aircraft and flight technical personnel. It is no coincidence, therefore, that the command and headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force sent the first orders to the Air Force commanders of the border districts at the beginning of the war not on the combat use of frontline aviation, but mainly on its strengthening. For example, on the morning of June 22, 1941, an order was sent to the commander of the Air Force of the Western Special Military District, signed by General P.F. Zhagarev, to receive 99 MiG-3 aircraft at the Orsha airfield to replenish units and formations of the Air Force of this district. In the following days, with the permission of the General Staff, the command of the Air Force of the Soviet Army gave orders to the commanders of the Air Forces of the fronts on the relocation of aviation divisions and regiments from internal military districts to the airfields of the fronts, on the establishment of corridors for the flight of their aircraft, on the use of wired communications of civilian departments, on the provision of Air Force headquarters daily combat reports, and on the planned combat use of frontline aviation for the next day, on daily reports on the combat and numerical strength of Air Force units and formations. The order to put units and formations of long-range bomber aviation on combat readiness by the command of the Soviet Army Air Force was transmitted to the Aviation Corps on the morning of June 22, 1941 at 6:44 am. Long-range bomber aviation began performing combat missions on June 23, 1941. The day before, it was assigned the following combat missions. First, Bomber Aviation Corps, to destroy military installations in the areas of Königsberg and Danzig, and with one corps sortie to assist the counterattack of the Northwestern Front troops on the flank and rear of the Suwalki enemy group. Second, Bomber Aviation Corps, to destroy objects in the areas of Lublin and Katowice, and with one sortie to support the troops of the Southwestern Front in defeating the enemy group in Lublin. The third Bomber Aviation Corps is to destroy military installations in the Warsaw area and, with one sortie, assist the troops of the Western Front in defeating the enemy's Suwalki group. The fourth Bomber Aviation Corps remained at the disposal of the headquarters in readiness to assist the main grouping of troops of the Southwestern Front and part of the forces, the Black Sea Fleet. The 18th Separate Bomber Aviation Division received the task of destroying objects in the Krakow area and was included in the Southwestern Front 9. Navy Aviation had the task of striking enemy naval bases and ports and destroying military facilities in the Romanian oil industry. The actions of Soviet aviation against enemy rear targets were of great political significance. They exposed the fabrications of German propaganda that Soviet aviation was allegedly completely destroyed in the first 2 days of the war. On June 26, 1941, at 15:30, the headquarters of the High Command assigned the commanders of the 3rd and 1st Air Corps of long-range bomber aviation combat missions to destroy enemy tanks advancing from Minsk to Orsha and Mogilev. It was ordered to carry out strikes day and night and to carry out bombing from low altitudes 400 m simultaneously by entire regiments 10. In accordance with the assigned combat missions, long-range bombers launched their attacks on moving tank and mechanized columns of the enemy at the crossings of the following rivers: Western Dvina, Neman, Berezina, Drut, Prut, Dniester, and on troops on the roads. On June 26, 1941, enemy tanks were attacked west and north of Minsk by 58 crews, in the Roverovskaya area by 54 crews, in the Lutsk area by 60 crews, in the Sokol area by 65 crews, in the area southwest of Dvinsk, 15 crews 11. Long-range bomber aviation carried out its assigned tasks great tension and efficiency, but at the same time suffered losses. For example, on June 26, 1941, 43 crews on DBZ-F-12 aircraft did not return from a combat mission. The reasons for the losses were the insufficiently thought-out organization of a daytime combat sortie on the part of the Air Force Command, poor combat support of escort fighters, and unfavorable low altitudes for daytime bombing in the presence of a high saturation of enemy mechanical units with anti-aircraft weapons. Therefore, by the directive of the headquarters of the High Command of July 3, 1941, the operations of long-range bomber aviation were transferred to the night and to high altitudes. In the daytime, it was allowed to use long-range bomber aircraft at medium altitudes accompanied by fighters and suppressing enemy anti-aircraft artillery. 13. During the period from June 23 to July 10, 1941, long-range bomber aircraft carried out 2,112 combat sorties against enemy tank and motorized columns. 14. German troops suffered losses from the actions of Soviet aviation. In a number of cases, thanks to the effective strikes of our bombers and attack aircraft, attacks by large enemy forces were thwarted. However, in general, the actions of Soviet aviation against enemy troops in the initial period of the war did not have a noticeable impact on the success of the defense of the ground forces. The efforts of the Air Force were often scattered, insufficiently massed in the main directions, means of destruction, methods and heights of bombing strikes, and tactical methods of action of bomber and attack aircraft were not always successfully selected. The situation was further aggravated by the fact that at the beginning of 1941, the ongoing extensive construction of new and reconstruction of existing airfields, especially in western Ukraine, western Belarus, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, where the airfield network was poorly developed, sharply limited the maneuver of frontline aviation. In addition, before the war, in exercises and in plans being developed, the maneuver of frontline aviation was envisaged only forward and on the flanks. Air hubs in the rear were not allocated for basing aviation in case of withdrawal of ground forces. For these reasons, a number of air units and formations of border military districts in the first 2 or 3 days were forced, when not sea tank or motorized columns approached our airfields, to take off independently and relocate to the first nearest rear airfield. In the conditions of damaged communications in the first days of the war, the efforts of the commanders of the front air forces and the headquarters of the Air Force of the Soviet Army to organize maneuver and timely relocation of air formations of the first echelon of frontline aviation to alternate airfields did not always yield positive results. Therefore, in a number of cases, commanders of aviation units made decisions independently. We must pay tribute to our wonderful commanders of aviation formations and units and the entire flight and technical staff who, in such exceptionally difficult conditions, found the right solutions and conducted continuous, intense combat operations, a fierce struggle with enemy aviation, inflicting significant blows on his troops in certain directions. The headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force, analyzing the current situation on the third day of the war, reported to the General Staff its views on the more effective use of frontline aviation. The report pointed out serious shortcomings in the interaction of aviation with ground forces, the dispersion of its actions in small groups without a single centralized leadership from the front Air Force commander. It was proposed to carry out a series of massive attacks on enemy airfields with the involvement of frontline aviation forces and long-range bomber aircraft. The idea of attracting aviation from neighboring fronts for this purpose was boldly put forward. Considerations were reported on the need for a clearer organization of interaction between aviation and troops and on the need to allocate aviation representatives with communications equipment to the headquarters of combined arms armies. The Air Force proposals were accepted by the General Staff and were communicated to the commanders and headquarters of the fronts in the relevant directives. In the first days of the war, the command of the Soviet Army Air Force, at the direction of the General Staff, organized the struggle for strategic air supremacy. It was necessary at all costs to wrest the initiative from the enemy in the air. Without this, successful actions of the ground forces and normal operation of the country's transport and industry would have been impossible. The Nazis sought to destroy our aviation mainly at airfields. At the beginning of the war, the Soviet command chose a different form of struggle, opposing the massive raids of the German Air Force with active offensive air battles of fighter aircraft, carried out within the borders of each front, alternating with periodic attacks on airfields. In air battles, not only planes were destroyed, but also the most experienced fascist pilots died. In certain areas where the situation was favorable, Soviet pilots, conducting active air battles, simultaneously launched powerful attacks on enemy airfields. This situation developed in the first days of the war on the northern section of the Soviet-German front, where Nazi troops went on the offensive only on June 29, 1941, in order to weaken the enemy's air force in this direction and disrupt the planned raid on Leningrad. Headquarters ordered the preparation and conduct of massive attacks on airfields in Finland and northern Norway, where air units of the German 5th Air Force and Finnish aviation were based. The command of the Air Force of the Northern Front, Commander General A. Novikov, Deputy for Political Affairs, Brigade Commissar F.I. Usati, Chief of Staff General A. P. Nekrasov, together with the Air Force of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, Commander General V. Armakenkov, and the Northern Fleet Air Force, Commander General A. Kuznetsov, a plan for the destruction of enemy aircraft at airfields in the northwestern direction was developed and approved by the Military Council of the Northern Front on June 24. A total of 540 aircraft were involved in the operation. Early in the morning of June 25, 236 bombers and 224 fighters launched the first massive attack on 19 airfields. The enemy, not expecting such a blow, was actually taken by surprise and was unable to organize counteraction. As a result, Soviet pilots successfully bombed aircraft parking lots, fuel and ammunition depots. 41 enemy aircraft were destroyed at the airfields. Our aviation had no losses. Over the next 5 days, several more effective strikes were carried out on the same and newly identified airfields by air reconnaissance. According to aerial photographic control, Soviet pilots, having attacked a total of 39 airfields, carried out about 1,000 sorties, destroyed and disabled 130 enemy aircraft. 15. The command of the fascist German troops in Finland and northern Norway was forced to pull its aviation to distant rear airfields and abandon the raid on Leningrad for the near future. This was the first air operation of the Soviet Air Force. It was of great military importance and confirmed the remaining combat capability of Soviet frontline aviation. July 8, 1941, headquarters organized a massive attack on enemy airfields on almost the entire Soviet German front. On July 7, a directive from headquarters addressed to the front commanders and the commander of the Air Force of the Soviet Army stated that on the morning of July 8, 1941, a German Air Force raid on our airfields was possible. The Air Force was ordered to begin combat operations at 3 am on July 8 with a strike on enemy airfields and subsequently transfer operations to the battlefield and ensure the defeat of the German mechanized troops. 16. At dawn on July 8, long-range bomber aviation formations attacked 14 airfields and the air forces of the northern, northwestern and southwestern fronts attacked 28 airfields. A total of 429 combat sorties were flown. Many aircraft were destroyed at enemy airfields, including the Western Front Air Force that disabled 54 German aircraft. 17. During the period from June 22 to July 10, 1941, the Soviet Air Force destroyed more than 1,000 enemy aircraft at airfields and in the air. 18. Former fascist generals and officers, the authors of the book World War 1939-1945, were forced to admit the heavy losses of German aviation in the first days of the war on the Soviet-German front. The losses of German aviation were not as insignificant as some thought during the first 14 days of fighting. Even more aircraft were lost than in any subsequent similar period of time during the period from June 22 to July 5, 1941, the German Air Force lost 807 aircraft of all types, and from July 6 to 19, 477. These losses indicate that, despite the surprise achieved by the Germans, the Russians were able to find the time and strength to provide decisive resistance. 19. Unlike the first months of the Second World War, when fascist German aviation, after gaining air supremacy in operations against Poland, France and other European countries, did not encounter any opposition in the air, it encountered stubborn resistance on the Soviet-German front. Supporting the ground forces, the Air Force directed its main efforts towards the destruction of enemy troops and equipment. The rapid advance of enemy strike groups in the most important strategic directions forced front commanders to attract the main aviation forces to fight German mechanized columns and to support their defending troops. During the first 18 days of the war, to repel enemy attacks and support its ground forces, Soviet aviation carried out about 45,000 combat sorties. Northern Front Air Force 10,000, Northwestern Front more than 8,000, Western Front Air Force about 7,000, Southwestern Air Force more than 10,000 and Southern Front Air Force more than 5,000 and Long Range Bomber more than 2,000 sorties 20. In these battles, many aviation units and formations distinguished themselves, awarded with thanks from the military councils of combined arms armies and fronts. On the Northern Front, the 2nd Mixed Aviation Division, Commander Colonel P. Archangelski. On the Northwestern, the 57th Mixed Aviation Division, Commander Colonel K.A. Katichev. On the Western Front, 12th, 13th and 46th Bomber Air Divisions, Commanders Colonel V.I. Alodinsky, General F.P. Polinin and Colonel B.R. Pisarsky. On the Southwestern, the 62nd Bomber Air Division, Commander Colonel V.V. Smirnov. And on the Southern Front, the 21st Mixed Air Division, Commander Colonel D.P. Galunov. 21. In fierce battles defending the socialist fatherland, many pilots died, showing unprecedented courage and heroism. On June 26, 1941, in the Belarusian sky, a feat unparalleled in courage and dedication was accomplished by the commander of the air squadron of the 207th Aviation Regiment of the 42nd Bomber Division, Captain N.F. Gastello, and crew members of the air bomber, Lieutenants A. Berdeniuk, G.N. Skorobogati and Senior Sergeant A. Kalanin. When the bomber, hit by an anti-aircraft shell, caught fire in the air, all crew members abandoned parachutes and directed the flaming car towards a concentration of German troops. The 401st Fighter Aviation Regiment successfully fought against Nazi aviation on MiG-3 aircraft under the command of hero of the Soviet Union, Lieutenant Colonel S.P. Supran. On July 4, 1941, in an air battle with superior forces of fascist aircraft, S.P. Supran died. For his courage and heroism, he was posthumously awarded a second Gold Star Medal. He was the first vice hero of the Soviet Union in the Great Patriotic War, and the first to be awarded the high title of Hero of the Soviet Union. At the beginning of the war were fighter pilots M.P. Zhukov, S.I. Zdorovtsev and P.T. Karitonov. In a dangerous time for the Soviet country, the Communist Party and the Soviet government took emergency measures to mobilize all the resources of the state to repel aggression, radically reorganize the life and activities of the country on a military basis. On June 29, 1941, a directive from the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR and the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks to party and Soviet organizations in the frontline regions outlined a program for organizing resistance to the enemy. Its main provisions were then outlined and developed in J.V. Stalin's radio speech on July 3 and were concretized in a number of subsequent decisions of the party and government. The Soviet armed forces were tasked with exhausting and bleeding Hitler's troops, defeating and expelling them from Soviet soil, and helping the peoples of Europe throw off the fascist yoke. The body in whose hands all power in the country was concentrated was the State Defense Committee, established on June 30, 1941, headed by I.V. Stalin. Organizational strengthening of the Soviet Air Force. For the strategic leadership of the Soviet Armed Forces. On June 23, 1941, the headquarters of the main command was created under the chairmanship of S.K. Timosenko. On July 10, it was transformed into the headquarters of the Supreme Command under the chairmanship of I.V. Stalin. On July 19, J.V. Stalin was appointed People's Commissar of Defense and on August 8, Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the USSR. From that time on, the headquarters became known as the Headquarters of the Supreme High Command (SVGK). On June 29, 1941, by order of the Headquarters of the High Command, the post of Commander of the Air Force of the Soviet Army was established and the Air Force Military Council was created. General P.F. Zhagarev was appointed Commander of the Air Force and Corps Commissary was appointed member of the Military Council. S. Stepanov, the main directorate and headquarters of the Air Force were transferred directly to the Commander of the Air Force. The establishment of the post of Air Force Commander and the creation of the Military Council significantly expanded the command and operational functions of the Air Force Command and Staff, which made it possible to improve the leadership of the Air Force, especially in the field of their operational and strategic use, increasing the combat readiness of newly formed aviation units and formations, their operational and logistics. The commander of the Soviet Army Air Force and his staff were entrusted with organizing the struggle for strategic air supremacy, implementing interaction between types of aviation, coordinating their efforts during strategic operations by front groups and independent air operations of the Air Force, directing the combat operations of long-range bomber aviation, summarizing the combat experience of the Air Force and development of proposals for their operational and strategic use. In addition, the Air Force Command retained the functions of training aviation reserves and aviation technical supplies, development of proposals for the creation of new types of aircraft and weapons, management of airfield construction, training and retraining of military personnel, generalization and implementation of Air Force combat experience in units and formations. These command and operational functions differed significantly from the functions that were assigned on the eve of the war to the head of the main directorate of the Air Force. 22. The Military Council of the Air Force of the Soviet Army included the commander of the Air Force and his deputies, heads of aviation departments of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks, People's Commissar of the Aviation Industry, heads of departments of the Aviation Engineering Service, Air Force Orders and other senior officials. At the head of the Military Council was the Commander of the Air Force, who, as chairman of the Council, together with the released member of the Military Council, coordinated and directed the work of all other members of the Military Council. The Military Council discussed and decided many issues regarding aviation activities. The existing organizational structure of the air forces of the fronts did not yet adequately ensure the massing of aviation forces and its centralized control in the main directions. Frontline aviation continued to be dispersed among the combined arms armies and its actions were often scattered. The problem of massing and centralized control of aviation was partially solved in connection with the formation on July 10, 1941 of the main commands of three directions: Northwestern, Western and Southwestern, and the creation of the Air Force Command under them. The commanders of the Air Force of these directions were appointed the commanders of the Air Force of the corresponding fronts. Northwestern, General A. Novikov; Western, Colonel N.F. Naumenko; Southwestern, General F. Ya. Falaliv. For the Air Force, this unification yielded positive results. For example, in the northwestern direction, the Air Forces of the Northern and Northwestern Fronts, the Air Force of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet and parts of the forces of the 7th Air Defense Fighter Aviation Corps of Leningrad were united under the single leadership of the commander of the Air Force of the Northwestern direction. A unified combat plan for all Leningrad aviation was developed and adopted for implementation. It not only made it possible to unite the efforts of aviation, but also to use its forces more economically and efficiently and obtain the greatest results. By the end of July 1941, during 22 days of fighting on the distant approaches to Leningrad, the combined aviation forces carried out 16,567 sorties and caused significant damage to the enemy. 23. The unification of aviation efforts under the unified leadership of a senior aviation commander in the strategic direction marked the beginning of a new form of management of the Air Force. Aviation combat operations were active in the western and southwestern directions. Aviation management has also improved somewhat on the part of the command and staff of the Soviet Army Air Force. On July 7, 1941, the Air Force Military Council summarized and analyzed the losses of our aviation at airfields during the first 16 days of the war and issued a directive to front Air Force commanders on the mandatory camouflage of airfields and on measures to ensure a reduction in aircraft losses from enemy airstrikes at airfields. 24. The implementation of this directive played a major role in further reducing aircraft losses from enemy airstrikes. The first days of the war also revealed the imperfection of the organizational structure in a number of units of the headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force. There were not enough Air Force staff officers to work around the clock. Almost by this time, some departments were just being formed. Working at Air Force headquarters was extremely stressful. The volume of work of all departments of the Air Force headquarters has increased several times compared to the volume in peacetime conditions. In the first department of the headquarters, it was necessary to have at least 3 or 4 officers for each active direction for 2 shift work, and there were 5 such directions where hostilities unfolded: northern, northwestern, western, southwestern and southern. In addition, it was necessary to have 2 permanent officers to keep records of the number of combat personnel of all air forces, 2 officers to prepare combat reports and operational reports submitted 3 times a day to the general staff, 2 officers to maintain maps of the general ground and air situation, and several officers to maintain operational documents for the air forces of all other border and internal military districts. On the 3rd day of the war, Colonel I.N. Ruppel, newly appointed to the post of Deputy Chief of Staff of the Air Force, took up the temporary position of Chief of Staff of the Air Force. New officers were appointed Deputy Chiefs of Staff: Colonel N.I. Krolenko, who arrived from the headquarters of the Long Range Bomber Aviation Corps, Colonel B.A. Agiv from the Military Academy. New officers arrived to strengthen the leading departments of the headquarters, including from the teaching staff of the Military Academy of Air Force Command and Navigation Staff, headed by Colonel M.V. Shcherbakov, Colonels V.V. Storozhenko and M.V. Shcherbakov began to lead the leading department of the Air Force headquarters in shifts. These replacements and movements in the first days of the war had a negative impact on the rhythm of the work of the Air Force headquarters, since the newly arrived officers were completely unfamiliar with the position of the troops, their deployment, and the situation at the front. In July-August, organizational measures were carried out in formations and units of the Air Force. They were due to the fact that our aviation formations, corps, multi-regimental divisions and aviation regiments, consisting of 60 aircraft, turned out to be heavy, bulky, making it difficult to conduct maneuverable battles. That the bulkiness of these formations interfered with the dispersal of aircraft at airfields and made it easier for the enemy to destroy them on the ground. The experience of Air Force combat operations during the first weeks of the war showed that air regiments of 30 aircraft and divisions of 2 aviation regiments without corps formations were the best form of organization, both in terms of ease of control and in terms of maneuvering during an enemy attack. Therefore, the headquarters of the Supreme High Command decided to gradually move to the organization of aviation regiments consisting of 32 aircraft and 2 regiment aviation divisions. Based on the decision of the State Defense Committee of August 7, 1941, the General Staff issued corresponding directives to the command of the fronts and the Air Force. On August 10, 1941, an order was issued by the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force. In accordance with this provision, the short-range bomber regiments of frontline aviation began to be formed into 3 squadrons, consisting of 32 aircraft, 2 bomber squadrons and 1 fighter squadron of 10 aircraft each and 2 bombers under regimental control. The assault aviation regiments began to have the same organization, only the number of aircraft in each regiment was 33. The creation of mixed aviation regiments was consistent with the situation in the first months of the war, but later they did not justify themselves. The same type of regiments were created by order of the NCO of the USSR dated August 20, 1941. All aviation regiments which received new aircraft, Il-2, P-2, Yak-1, were formed as the same type in 2 squadrons, 9 aircraft each, and 2 aircraft under the control of the regiment, only 20 aircraft in the regiment. There was also a search for ways to create aviation reserves for frontline aviation. The experience of the first months of the war showed that in order to build up aviation forces in the main directions of action of the ground forces, to fend off attacks by Nazi aviation, to create air groupings in newly formed directions and to solve other problems, the High Command must have large, powerful and highly maneuverable aviation reserves. At the beginning of the war, the aviation of the internal districts was a well-known aviation reserve. For example, in June 1941, 2 mixed aviation divisions were redeployed from the Moscow Military District Air Force to the Western and Southwestern fronts, and 1 fighter and 1 mixed aviation division were relocated from Transbaikalia and the Far East 25-26. The order of the NCO of the USSR dated July 21, 1941 laid the foundation for the creation of 6 full-time reserve aviation groups RAG, which were subordinate to the Supreme High Command headquarters and were used to solve independent tasks or to assist the front air forces. In total, by the end of 1941, 6 full-time reserve aviation groups were formed, each with 6,100 combat aircraft. Reserve aviation groups were successfully used, 1st and 6th on the Bryansk and Southwestern, 2nd and 3rd on the Leningrad and Volkhov fronts, 4th on the Southwestern, 5th on the Southern fronts. In addition to regular reserve aviation groups, in the fall of 1941, temporary, non-staff aviation reserve groups were created from frontline aviation units and newly formed aviation regiments, which were headed by Generals I.F. Petrov and G.P. Kravchenko. In July 1941, a sharp struggle against Nazi troops took place on the left wing of the Western Front between the Dnieper and Berezina rivers. On July 24, 1941, by decision of the Supreme Command Headquarters, the Central Front was formed in this direction, consisting of the 13th and 21st Armies and the Front Air Force. Commander of the Front Air Force, General G.A. Vorozhkin. To strengthen the position and create a deeper defense in the western direction, by order of the headquarters, on July 30, the Reserve Front was formed, consisting of 6 combined arms armies and the Front Air Force. Commander of the Front Air Force, General B.A. Pogrebov. From August 1, General E.M. Nikolayenko. To cover the Bryansk direction, the Bryansk Front was created on August 14. Commander of the Front Air Force, General F.P. Polinin. The troops of the Bryansk Front were tasked with delivering 2 counterattacks, one on the flank of the 2nd Tank Group in the Starodub area and the second in cooperation with the Reserve Front troops in the Roslavl area and delaying the enemy's advance. By decision of headquarters on August 25, 1941, the Central Front was abolished. His troops were transferred to the Bryansk Front. To assist the front troops in solving the assigned task, the Supreme High Command Headquarters on August 27 ordered the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force to prepare and, in the period from August 29 to September 4, 1941, conduct an airstrike using the joint efforts of the aviation of 3 adjacent fronts, the 1st Reserve Aviation Group and part of the Long-Range Bomber Aviation Forces operation to defeat Guderian's tank group in the area of Pachep, Starodub, Shastka and disrupt its offensive on Bryansk 27. The operation plan was developed at Air Force headquarters by directing officers. The Air Force of the Bryansk Front attracted 95 combat aircraft, from the Air Force of the former Central Front, 54, from the Air Force of the Front of the Reserve Armies, 120, from the 1st Reserve Aviation Group, 95 and from Long Range Bomber Aviation, 100 bombers and a total of 464 combat aircraft, 230 bombers, 55 attack aircraft, 179 fighters. The plan was reviewed by the Air Force Military Council and signed by the Deputy Commander of the Air Force, General I.F. Petrov, a member of the Military Council, Corps Commissar P.S. Stepanov, and the Acting Chief of Staff of the Air Force, Colonel I.N. Ruppel. When approving the air operation plan on August 27, 1941, the Supreme Commander-in-Chief wrote, "In order not to give the enemy a break and generally come to his senses, it is necessary to beat the enemy's columns continuously, wave after wave, all day from morning until dark." 28. These instructions from the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Air Force Headquarters were communicated to the relevant Air Force commanders of the fronts. General I.F. Petrov, who led the involved aviation forces in the operation, specifically in the daily orders prepared by his operational group of Air Force Headquarters officers, implemented the instructions of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief. The air operation lasted 6 days. Starting from August 29, bombers and attack aircraft continuously attacked enemy tank columns. So, on August 30 and 31, our pilots on heavy 4-engine TB-3 bombers made 2 sorties in one night, and on SB, P-2 and Il-2 aircraft, 3 or 4 sorties, and on fighters, 6 to 7 sorties in a day. In total, during the operation, Soviet aviation carried out more than 4,000 sorties. 29. Marshal of the Soviet Union I. Eremenko, recalling the actions of aviation, wrote, "So, on August 30-31, about 1,500 sorties were already flown, 4,500 various bombs were dropped, more than 100 tanks were destroyed, more than 800 vehicles, 180-290 carts, 20 armored vehicles, a fuel depot, 40 fires were noticed in enemy columns, 55 aircraft were shot down and destroyed, 30. Our losses were 42 aircraft." The commander of the 2nd German Panzer Group, General Guderian, wrote in his memoirs, "On August 29, large enemy forces with the support of aviation launched an offensive against the 24th Panzer Corps from the south and west. The Corps was forced to suspend the offensive of the 3rd Panzer Division and the 10th Motorized Division 30A. The Supreme Commander-in-Chief was interested in the progress of the air operation to disrupt the advance of the enemy's 2nd Tank Group. On September 4, 1941, the following telegram was sent to them. Bryansk, Eremenko for Petrov, aviation is working well, but it would work better if the scouts called the bombers quickly and by radio, and not upon returning to the landing site. You need to stay at Bryansk front until the end of the operation to defeat Guderian. I wish you success. Greetings to all pilots. I, Stalin 31. As a result of strong counterattacks by our troops and active aviation operations, the enemy tank strike group suffered significant losses and the pace of its advance was sharply reduced. However, the front troops, despite heroic resistance and powerful strikes from our aviation, were unable to stop the enemy. Enemy tank formations broke through on the left flank of the Bryansk front beyond the Desna River and by September 10 reached the Konotop-Chernigov line 32. At the same time, intense battles took place east of Smolensk, where troops of the Western and Reserve fronts with the support of aviation held back the onslaught of enemy troops. Although Smolensk was abandoned by our troops on July 16, the battle to the east continued for another month. To organize powerful strikes against the advancing enemy and assist the front troops in the defeat of his Smolensk Yartsevo grouping of the Supreme High Command, long-range bomber aviation corps were involved. Thus, on July 26-28, 1941, for this purpose 100 aircraft were allocated from the 1st Bomber Corps, 120 aircraft from the 2nd and 3rd Bomber Aviation Corps, and 100 bombers and 150 fighters from the Reserve Front Aviation. As a result of the attacks of these air forces, the enemy suffered great damage in manpower and equipment. The actions of Soviet aviation were highly effective in other sectors of the Western Front. The order of the Front Commander, Marshal of the Soviet Union S.K. Timosenko, said about the actions of our aviation. On August 21 and 22, the enemy tried to stop the movement of our troops. He brought in large forces of tanks, motorized mechanized troops, and attacked our units with great arrogance. But the days of easy victories passed the enemy. The glorious 64th and 58th Rifle Divisions and the valiant 47th Air Division, 61st and 215th Assault and 129th Fighter Air Regiments destroyed the Nazi tanks and forced the Nazis to retreat in disarray. The enemy lost up to 130 tanks, more than 100 vehicles, many guns, ammunition and 1,000 killed and wounded 33. During the Smolensk operation, which lasted 2 months, the Soviet Air Force carried out about 20,000 sorties. In air battles and at airfields, the air forces of the Western and other neighboring fronts, as well as long-range bomber aircraft, destroyed 700 enemy aircraft 34. The front line changed every day. The enemy troops moved further and further into the interior of our country. The enemy began to carry out bombing raids on Moscow and Leningrad. The Nazis set the task of destroying Moscow from the air. The first raid on the capital was carried out on the night of July 22, 1941 and involved 250 enemy aircraft 35. The raid continued for 5 hours. The beams of dozens of searchlights crisscrossed the Moscow sky. Anti-aircraft artillery conducted intense barrage fire, and fighters in designated areas attacked enemy bombers. That night, our fighters shot down 12 and anti-aircraft artillery shot down 10 Nazi aircraft. Only single enemy bombers broke through to Moscow, and although they dropped bombs, they did not cause significant damage. Several houses and buildings were destroyed in the center and on the outskirts of the city. At the same time, serious shortcomings in repelling an enemy raid also emerged. The urgent measures taken by the General Staff and the Air Force Command of the Soviet Army to eliminate the identified deficiencies made it possible to repulse subsequent enemy air raids on Moscow in a more organized and effective manner. German planes were less and less able to break through the barriers of anti-aircraft fire and duty fighters to Moscow. From July 22 to August 15, 1941, the enemy carried out 18 night raids on Moscow. 8 of them involved 100-120 bombers each, and the rest 50-80 aircraft. The bulk of the enemy bombers were unable to break through to the full. Of the 1,700 aircraft that took part in the raids, only about 36 broke through to the capital. In connection with systematic German air raids on Moscow and Leningrad, the Soviet Supreme High Command decided to launch retaliatory strikes on the capital of Nazi Germany, Berlin. For this purpose, an aviation group of the 1st Mine and Torpedo Regiment of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet Air Force was allocated, led by Regiment Commander E.N. Preobrazhensky on DB-3 aircraft. On the night of August 8, 1941, this group from the airfield of Ezel made the first raid on Berlin 37. In addition to the aviation of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, Berlin was bombed by the 81st Aviation Division of Long-Range Bomber Aviation. The division commander, Brigade Commander M.V. Vodopyanov, since August 17, Colonel E. Golovanov, 38. The headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force, together with the 5th Air Force Directorate, developed combat missions for the 81st Aviation Division, ensured the flight and return of bombers across the front line. In total, until September 4, 1941, Soviet pilots carried out 10 raids on Berlin in small groups of heavy bombers. Several hundred large-caliber high-explosive bombs were dropped on military targets in Berlin. In the period from July 10 to September 30, 1941, long-range bomber aircraft and bombers of the Red Banner Baltic and Red Banner Black Sea fleets attacked enemy industrial facilities in Königsberg, Danzig, Helsinki, Warsaw, Constanta, Ploiești, Bucharest, Salin and other cities. From July 10 to July 30, the pilots of the 4th Bomber Aviation Corps alone carried out 8 raids on the oil industry of Ploiești, Constanta and Bucharest. As a result of the raids, the production capacity of the Romanian oil industry decreased by 30%. 39. On August 13, 1941, by decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, 10 aviators were awarded the title of Hero of the Soviet Union. Of these, 5 naval pilots, Colonel E.N. Preobrazhensky, Captains V.A. Grekishnikov A.Ya. Ifremov M.N. Plotkin, P.I. Koklov and 5 brave long-range aviation aviators, Majors V.I. Shkelkunov and V.I. Maligin, Captains V.G. Tikhonov and N.V. Kryakov, Lieutenant V.I. Lakhanan 40. A major role was played by the aviation of the fronts, the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, the 7th Air Defense Corps of Leningrad and long-range bomber aviation in the defensive battles of troops on the distant and near approaches to Leningrad. It actively supported and covered the ground forces, fought against Nazi aviation in the air and destroyed its aircraft at airfields and attacked enemy operational rear targets. From the beginning of the war to September 30, 1941, Soviet pilots in the Leningrad direction made about 60,000 combat sorties. 41. In August 1941, General Grigory Alexeyevich Kozhevnikov was appointed Chief of Staff of the Soviet Army Air Force, having started serving in the army as a private back in 1915 and voluntarily joining the Red Army in 1918, a participant in the Civil War, a member of the Communist Party since 1927. G.A. Kozhevnikov at the end of 1932 from the post of commander of the 16th Rifle Division of the Leningrad Military District was seconded to Aviation 42. In 1933, he graduated from the Operational Department of the Air Force Academy, Zhukovsky, and was appointed commander of the 200th Light Bomber Aviation Brigade. Soon G.A. Kozhevnikov was appointed assistant commander of the Special Red Banner Far Eastern Army. On the eve of the Great Patriotic War, he served as commander of the Air Force of the Volga Military District, and with the beginning of the war he led the Air Force of the 21st Army and then the Air Force of the Central Front. From this position G.A. Kozhevnikov arrived at the headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force. The Air Force headquarters acquired precision in its work and efficiency. On August 19, by order of the USSR NPO, the post of Chief of Logistics of the Air Force was established. General N.N. Sokolinok was appointed to him. He was in charge of the Logistics Department, Airfield Construction, Quartermaster Department and Fuel Supply Department. The creation of a Central Aviation Logistics Agency played a positive role in further strengthening and improving the overall system of logistics support for aviation units and formations. Issues of supplying aviation technical equipment and ammunition were still dealt with by the Air Force Orders and Technical Supply Directorate, subordinate to the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force. Senior aviation commanders of the Air Force on the war fronts. Autumn was approaching. The enemy moved further and further into the interior of our country. The enemy's blows were very strong. A difficult situation developed near Moscow, near Leningrad and in Ukraine. By the end of September 1941, the overall operational strategic situation was not in our favor. German troops approached Leningrad, captured Vitebsk and Smolensk, and reached the Melitopol, Zaporizhzhia, Krasnograd line in the south. In the western direction, the enemy concentrated new forces in the areas of Dakhovshchina, Yartsevo, Smolensk, Roslavl, Shostka, Glukov, preparing for a new attack on Moscow. On September 30, the enemy launched a new major offensive with a strike from the 2nd Tank Group against the troops of the Bryansk front from the Shostka-Glukov area in the direction of Sevsk, and on October 2, the main forces of Army Group Center attacked the positions of the Western Front. The Great Moscow Battle began. Already on the first day of the offensive, the 2nd Tank Group 43 of the Germans broke through our defenses and reached the rear of the 13th Army. The next day, the Nazis broke through into the zone of the 58th Army 44. The troops of the Bryansk front found themselves in a difficult situation. The Supreme Command Headquarters took urgent measures to attract the main forces of long-range bomber aviation to strike the advancing enemy tank group. From the General Staff on the night of October 2, 1941, the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force received a combat order to urgently recruit from October 2 to defeat the enemy tank group that had broken through in the area of Glukov, Sevsk. 48th, 42nd, 51st, 52nd Bomber Air Division of Long-Range Bomber Aviation Division Commanders respectively, Colonels V.E. Bacharin, M.X. Borisenko, Lieutenant Colonel E.F. Loganov, Colonel A.M. Daboshin, and the 81st Special Purpose Aviation Division, Commander Colonel A.E. Golovanov. The command of this group of attracted aviation forces was entrusted to the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Air Force, Colonel I.N. Rukla, who was ordered to arrive at the disposal of the commander of the Bryansk front troops on October 2. Covering the bombers with fighters was entrusted to the commander of the Bryansk Front Air Force, General F.P. Polinin 45. That same night, the Air Force headquarters formed a small operational group and on October 2, headed by Colonel I.N. Rukhel, flew to the Bryansk front. A preliminary order from the Air Force headquarters assigned combat missions to the above-mentioned bomber aviation divisions to strike at an enemy tank group, and these tasks were clarified in place and time from the command post of the commander of the Bryansk front. Aviation of the Bryansk front, which included the newly formed 6th Reserve Aviation Group, Commander General A. Damedov attacked enemy tank columns on the roads and aircraft at airfields during the day, and bomber divisions of long-range bomber aviation at night. Fighters were also used for these purposes. Active and continuous aviation operations day and night created traffic jams, slowed down the pace of the enemy's advance, and enabled the reserves of the Supreme High Command headquarters to gain time to regroup and occupy defensive lines. The former commander of the 2nd Panzer Group, German General Guderian, in the book Memoirs of a Soldier outlining the events of October 4, 1941, wrote, "I received a rather impressive idea of the activity of Russian aviation. Immediately after my landing at the Sevsk airfield there was a raid by Russian aviation, then enemy aircraft bombed the corps headquarters, then I headed to the road along which the 3rd Panzer Division was advancing. Here, too, we were subjected to repeated bombing by Russian bombers 46. Despite the active actions of our aviation, the troops of the Bryansk front were unable to contain the enemy. The control of troops by the front command was seriously disrupted. Events developed rapidly. Attempts by the headquarters to help the front through aviation did not bring the desired result. The command and headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force closely monitored the progress of repelling the enemy offensive. There was a great lack of organization of interaction between aviation and troops. On October 6, 1941, a directive was sent to the commanders of the front air forces, individual combined arms armies and commanders of reserve aviation groups to improve the organization of interaction between aviation and troops. The directive indicated the need for commanders of interacting air divisions or their deputies to personally travel with operational groups to the command posts of combined arms commanders. It was ordered to have a coded map, communication tables and established signals in common with the troops, organize checkpoints with air communications posts in the area of the combined arms commander's command post to transmit commands to aircraft in the air to attack ground targets or prohibit an attack. 47. A difficult situation also developed on the main direction of the Western Front. The enemy managed to break through the defenses of our troops. Enemy strike groups rapidly moved forward, covering the entire Vyazemsk group from the south and north. The enemy managed to make a breakthrough at the junction of the 30th and 19th Armies of the Western Front. On October 6, his mobile formations approached Vyazma from the north. At the same time, in the zone of the 43rd Army of the Reserve Front, the Nazis broke through along the Warsaw Highway. On October 4-5, they captured the Spazdimensk-Yuknov area, covering the Vyazma grouping of Soviet troops from the south. By October 7, the 19th and 20th Armies of the Western Front and the 24th and 32nd Armies of the Reserve Front were surrounded to the west and northwest of Vyazma. The encircled troops continued to put up stubborn resistance, pinning down 28 enemy divisions here. On October 3, the Nazis captured Orel and rushed to Tula. On October 6, the enemy occupied Karachev and Bryansk. On October 7, 1941, at 5:40 am, the Chief of the General Staff, on behalf of the Supreme High Command Headquarters, gave an order to the commander of the Western Front, the Chief of Staff and a member of the Military Council of the Air Force of the Soviet Army, which ordered Corps Commissar P.S. Stepanov to place himself at the disposal of the Commander Western Front by I.S. Konev and organize massive airstrikes against enemy troops operating against the Western Front. For these purposes, for the period of fulfillment fulfillment of the assigned task. All aviation of the Western Front was subordinate to him and, in addition, 4 additional aviation regiments were allocated from the headquarters reserve: 1 regiment of attack aircraft, 2 regiments of fighters on MiG-3 aircraft with PC rockets, and 1 regiment of bombers on P-248 aircraft. It was allowed to involve part of the aviation forces of the Moscow Military District Air Force and long-range bomber aviation. In difficult conditions, our aviation carried out its assigned tasks. Over the course of 9 days, she flew 2,850 sorties and inflicted losses on the Nazi troops, but did not stop their advance. The enemy still dominated the air. During the first 9 days of the October offensive, about 4,000 German aircraft sorties were recorded on the Western Front. 49 stubborn battles took place on the ground and in the air. Enemy strike groups in several directions penetrated deeply into the defenses of the Soviet troops. On October 5, the State Defense Committee adopted a special decision on the defense of Moscow. The main line of resistance of the troops of the Western Front was determined to be the Mozhaisk line of defense running from Volokholamsk to Kaluga. On October 10, by decision of the headquarters, the troops of the Western and Reserve Fronts were united into one Western Front under the command of Army General G.K. Zhukov. Accordingly, the aviation of the fronts was united. The Supreme High Command Headquarters and the Air Force Command took urgent measures to strengthen the Soviet Air Force operating in the western direction. 2 long-range bomber air divisions were transferred from the Transcaucasian Front, and newly formed air units arrived from the rear of the country. At the Air Force Base of the Moscow Military District, an aviation group was created under the command of Colonel N.A. Sbytov, which was reinforced by the 46th High-Speed Bomber Regiment on P-2 aircraft, the 65th and 243rd Assault Regiments on Il-2 aircraft, and a squadron on Po-2 planes. The group provided significant air support to the troops of the 5th Army, which covered the Mozhaisk Defense Line 50. At the direction of the headquarters, the Air Force forces of the neighboring Northwestern Front and part of the forces of the 6th Air Defense Fighter Corps, Commander Colonel A.I. Mitenkov, were involved to cover the troops of the Western Front and strikes against enemy troops and airfields. As of October 10, 1941, the 6th Air Defense Fighter Corps had 1 bomber and 17 fighter aviation regiments, 344 serviceable combat aircraft and 416 pilots, of which 118 could carry out combat missions at night and in difficult weather conditions. 51. During this difficult period of the war, night aviation regiments began to be formed on Po-2, P-5 and PZ aircraft from the flight personnel of military school instructors and pilots who graduated from Oso Aviakim schools. From October to December 1941, the Air Force formed aviation regiments. Po-2, 71, P-5, 27 and PZ-5 aircraft, by decision of the Supreme High Command Headquarters, to unite the troops covering Moscow from the northwest. From on October 17, the armies of the right wing of the Western Front formed the Kalanin Front and the Front Air Force, consisting of 5 aviation regiments. Commander of the Front Air Force, Major General of Aviation N.K. Trifonov. The command did everything to change the balance of forces in the air in our favor and to have maximum impact with airstrikes on the Nazi troops rushing towards Moscow. At the beginning of October 1941, the Supreme High Command Headquarters became aware of an impending massive air attack by Nazi aviation. On October 10, 1941, the Supreme High Command Headquarters issued a directive to the commander of the Air Force of the Soviet Army, which indicated that, according to intelligence data on October 12, 1941, along the entire Western Front, the enemy intended to carry out a massive air raid consisting of 1,500 aircraft at industrial and aviation centers, railway junctions, bridges, crossings, headquarters, supply stations and military formations. The Air Force commander was ordered to organize the decisive destruction of enemy aircraft at airfields in the northwestern, western and southwestern directions on the night of October 11-12 and in the morning and afternoon of October 12. take measures to disperse their aircraft at airfields, strengthen the readiness of air defense systems to repel enemy air raids. 62. In accordance with the received directive, the command and headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force urgently developed an Air Force action plan for the destruction of enemy aircraft at airfields for the period from October 11 to 18. To solve this problem, formations of long-range bomber aviation and air forces of the northwestern, western, Bryansk, southwestern and southern fronts were involved. The plan was reported by the Air Force Command to headquarters through the General Staff. After its approval, the command and staff of the Soviet Army Air Force issued combat orders to the corresponding commanders of the air forces of the fronts and the commanders of the DVA aviation formations. In terms of their scope, the forces involved and the results achieved, the Air Force's actions at the airfields represented an Air Force air operation carried out on a wide front in a short time with decisive goals. Her results were very high. The Air Force commander reported to the Supreme Command Headquarters. The Red Army Air Forces from October 11 to October 18, 1941 carried out a number of bombing attacks on enemy airfields in the northwestern, western and southern directions. In just 2 days, October 11 and 12, and on the night of October 13, 166 aircraft were destroyed at the airfields of Vitebsk, Smolensk, Orel, Orsha, Siverskaya, N, Dajin and others, and in total, from October 11 to October 18, at least 500 enemy aircraft were destroyed at the airfields, according to incomplete data. By strikes, enemy aviation suffered a major defeat at the airfields, as a result of which the massive strike it had planned was thwarted. 53. The fascist German aviation weakened its attacks on the battle formations of our troops. However, the front continued to approach Moscow. By decision of the State Defense Committee on October 12, another line of defense was created on the immediate approaches to Moscow. The working people of the city and region took an active part in its construction. At the call of the party, 450,000 people, mainly women, participated in the construction of defensive structures on the approaches to Moscow and in the city itself. Enterprises worked in 3 shifts, providing the defenders of the capital with weapons and ammunition. 53A. In those days, party political work acquired particular importance. Its content was determined by the decisions of the party central committee. Slogans were put forward. We will defend our native capital. The defeat of the Nazi invaders must begin near Moscow. 53B. All activities of the capital's party organization were subordinated to the interests of the defense of Moscow. Within a few days, 25 separate communist and workers' companies and battalions were formed in Moscow, 3/4 staffed by communists and Komsomol members. In the first half of October alone, Moscow gave 50,000 soldiers to the front. 53C. In mid-October 1941, in accordance with the decision of the Supreme Command Headquarters, in order to ensure reliable command and control of the troops, the personnel of the General Staff and the Air Force Headquarters were divided into 2 echelons. The first remained in Moscow, and the second was evacuated to the east, to the Kubyshev area. The composition of the first echelon, field headquarters of the Air Force of the Active Army, then included Air Force Commander General P.F. Zhagarev, member of the Military Council, Army Commissar 2nd Rank P.S. Stepanov, Chief of Staff of the Air Force, General G.A. Vorozhakin, Military Commissar of Staff, Brigade Commissar A.B. Galichev, Deputy Chief of Staff, Colonel A.P. Belyaev. Among the heads of departments and departments, their deputies and leading officers of the Air Force Field Headquarters were the following generals and officers: M. V. Shcherbakov V. Storozhenko V.I. Artemiev A.M. Vlasov M.N. Kozhevnikov I.M. Kuzmin P.N. Poluktov V.P. Poshphantsev V.M. Nikulin S.V. Sichev U.A. Veliko Ivanenko G.T. Korolkov N.A. Strelkov V.I. Lugevoi D.D. Grendel A.I. Sokolovarov G.K. Gvozkov D.K. Kripovich F.G. Feredov V.I. Altov Shemborsky A.G., Prokudin V.G., Tairov A.G., Doroshenko A.V., Nikitin A.S., Shatsky D.S., Filatov A.V., Vinokurov M.P., Konstantinov L.A., Gorbetsevich P.P., Bilichenko N.N., Ishchenko V.B., Shemborsky. The rest of the officers and employees of the Air Force Headquarters and Control, led by Brigade Engineer Ya. L. Bibikov, Divisional Commissar L. G. Rudenko and Deputy Chief of Staff of the Air Force, Colonel B. A. A.G. were evacuated to Kubyshev on October 15, 1941. With the departure of the main staff of officers and the absolute majority of employees of the Air Force Headquarters and Directorates, work at the Air Force Field Headquarters for generals and officers became around the clock. This was caused by the complexity of the current situation in the Moscow direction and the increased volume of work. The operational group of the Air Force Field Headquarters provided the Air Force Command with control of all aviation concentrated in the western direction, collected data on the ground and air situation on other fronts, maintained maps of the operational situation, developed plans for the operational use of aviation and combat orders, prepared daily operational reports on the Air Force and special reports addressed to the Supreme Commander-in-Chief. In those days, Moscow itself became stricter. On October 19, 1941, by decree of the State Defense Committee, a state of siege was introduced in the city and surrounding areas from October 20. It was necessary to strengthen the rear of the troops and suppress the subversive activities of enemy agents. The Communist Party called on the population of the capital to remain calm, maintain order and provide all possible assistance to military units. The defense of the lines 100-120 km west of Moscow was entrusted to the commander of the Western Front, General G. K. Zhukov, and at its closest approaches to the head of the garrison, General P. A. Artemiev. The unification and coordination of the efforts of all aviation forces operating in the western direction was entrusted by headquarters to the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force, General P.F. Zhagarev. The Politburo of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, the State Defense Committee, headquarters and the operational group of the General Staff were in Moscow. From here the leadership of the entire country and military operations on the fronts was carried out, and the main issues of waging war were decided here. At the end of October, Nazi troops were stopped at the Volga Reservoir line, east of Volokоламск, along the Pera and Oka rivers to Elksin. Soviet aviation actively helped troops repel enemy attacks. During the defensive battle from September 30 to October 31, 1941, the Air Force carried out 26,000 combat sorties, including up to 80% to support and cover troops 54. Soviet pilots fighting against Nazi aviation showed exceptional courage and heroism. On October 29, the pilot of the 184th Fighter Aviation Regiment, Junior Lieutenant B.I. Kozhevnikov, having used up all the combat shells, shot down a German plane with a ram in the Zareysk area 55. In the second half of October, it was possible to delay the advance of fascist German troops in the Bryansk front. The 3rd and 13th Armies of the Bryansk front fought heavy battles behind enemy lines for 3 weeks, pinning down the main forces of the 2nd Field and 2nd Tank Armies of the Germans. By October 23, they left the encirclement at the line Belyaev-Msensk, Ponry, Lgov. Considering their condition, headquarters ordered the front troops to withdraw to a line east of Dubna, Plavsk, Verkhovy, Livny, Kastornoy, concentrating the main efforts in the Tula region and in the Yelets direction. Units of the German 2nd Tank Army reached Tula on October 30, where they encountered organized resistance from troops of the 58th Army and the Tula Workers' Regiment. In the interests of the troops of the Bryansk front, Soviet aviation carried out 3,750 sorties in 20 days 56. While destroying enemy troops and equipment, the Soviet Air Force also waged a stubborn fight against enemy aircraft. The main burden of the fight against enemy aircraft in the air fell on the front Air Force fighters, especially the 6th Air Defense Fighter Corps. In October, Nazi aviation carried out 31 raids on Moscow. About 2,000 aircraft took part in them, but only 70 to 57 were able to break through to the bombing targets. When repelling raids in air battles and anti-aircraft artillery fire, 278 aircraft were shot down. 58. In early November, the enemy's attack on Moscow was stopped in almost all directions. Having failed to achieve its goal in October, the German command prepared a new offensive by mid-November, the goal of which was to launch two enveloping simultaneous attacks on Moscow by mobile groups from the north and south with air support from the 2nd Air Fleet. In total, the fascist German command allocated 51 divisions, including 13 tank and 7 motorized divisions, to capture Moscow. On the near approaches to Moscow, defensive lines were occupied by troops of the Kalinin, western and right wing of the southwestern front. Despite the strengthening of the troops of the western front, the fascist German armies in November continued to maintain an overall numerical superiority in men and military equipment near Moscow. Soviet aviation operating in the Moscow direction was strengthened, and in the overall group the number of aircraft was 1.5 times greater than enemy aviation. 60. Taking this into account, and also attaching great importance to gaining operational superiority in the air in the Moscow direction, the headquarters ordered the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force to conduct an air operation from November 5 to 8 to destroy German aviation at airfields. The commander and headquarters of the Air Force, already having experience in organizing such air operations, developed a plan according to which 32 aircraft were attracted from the Kalinin Front Air Force, 46 from the Western Air Force, 56 from the Bryansk Front Air Force, 32 from the Moscow Defense Zone Air Force, from long-range bomber aviation, 80 and from the 81st Separate Bomber Division of the Supreme High Command, 54 aircraft, a total of 300 combat aircraft, which were supposed to carry out a simultaneous attack on 19 airfields. 61. The plan was approved by the Air Force Commander, General P.F. Zhagarev, and a member of the Air Force Military Council, Army Commissar 2nd Rank P.S. Stepanov, and signed by the Air Force Chief of Staff, General G.A. Vorozhkin. Orders from the commanders of the troops of these fronts to attract aviation were developed by the Air Force headquarters, signed at the General Staff and issued to the troops. At the same time, the command of the Soviet Army Air Forces gave orders to the Front Air Force commanders on methods of striking airfields. On November 5, 13 enemy airfields were attacked. On November 6 and 7, 15, and on November 12 and 15, 19 airfields were attacked again. As a result, more than 100 aircraft were destroyed and damaged, and 61 aircraft were shot down in air battles. 62. Two air operations carried out by the Soviet Air Force in October and November 1941 to destroy Nazi aviation at airfields subsequently had a positive impact on gaining operational air superiority by early December 1941 in the Moscow direction. After a 2-week pause, Nazi troops resumed their attack on Moscow. At the cost of heavy losses, they managed to advance to the near approaches to Moscow at the end of November. Soviet troops put up stubborn resistance and, with active air support, launched strong counterattacks. After the capture of Klin and Solnekhnegorsk, the enemy made an attempt to develop his attack northwest of Moscow. On the night of November 28, he managed with a small force to cross to the eastern bank of the Moscow-Volga Canal in the Yakromo area north of Iksha. The Supreme High Command headquarters, the command of the Western Front and the command of the Air Force of the Soviet Army took urgent measures to eliminate the created danger. Reserve formations and troops from neighboring areas were transferred to the Kryakovo, Klbnikov and Yakromo areas. An aviation group operated in this direction, headed by the Deputy Commander of the Soviet Army Air Force, General I.F. Petrov, Chief of Staff, Colonel N.P. Dogayev. It consists of 160 combat aircraft, operating against enemy troops in the area of Yakromo, Klin, Solnekhnegorsk. The aviation group carried out 150-180 combat sorties daily. The aviation group of General I.F. Petrov played an exceptionally large role in assisting the troops of the 1st Shock Army, which counterattacked with its advanced units and threw back the enemy who had broken through in the Yakromo area to the western bank of the canal. With its active assistance at the end of November and beginning of December, the 1st Shock Army and the newly formed 20th Army launched a series of counterattacks against the Nazi troops and, together with the 30th and 16th Armies, finally stopped their further advance. The threat of an enemy breakthrough to Moscow from the northwest and north was eliminated. On the left wing of the Western Front on November 18, the enemy broke through the defenses of troops southeast of Tula and 7 days later approached Venu and Kashira. The command of the Soviet Army Air Force urgently formed an aviation group led by Colonel M.V. Shcherbakov, which was entrusted with the task of supporting the 58th Army in the Tula region. To enhance the impact on the enemy, an aviation group formed in the Ryazsk region, twice hero of the Soviet Union, General G.P. Kravchenko, and units of long-range bomber aviation were involved. On November 27, the 1st Guards Cavalry Corps, supported by tanks and frontline aviation, one division of long-range bombers and part of the forces of the 6th Fighter Aviation Corps, launched a counterattack on the enemy rushing to Kashira, forcing him to hastily retreat. As a result of active actions by troops and aviation on the left wing of the Western Front, the enemy offensive was finally stopped. On December 4-5, 1941, the defensive period of the Battle of Moscow ended. Long-range bomber aircraft operated against targets on the battlefield, disrupted the enemy's railway transportation, bombed his echelons in Vyazma, Sukhainichi, Mtsensk, Zmivka, and aircraft at airfields in the areas of Vyazma, Vitebsk, Smolensk, Sukhainichi. All actions of frontline and long-range bomber aviation, air defense aviation, as well as air groups were coordinated by the Air Force Command, were planned, were quite purposeful and very effective. During the entire period of defense near Moscow, the Soviet Air Force carried out 51,300 combat sorties, of which 86% were in the interests of the troops and 14% to cover Moscow, destroyed up to 1,400 enemy aircraft, and by the beginning of December 1941 had firmly won operational air supremacy in the Moscow area, direction 63. It was won through the consistent defeat of enemy aircraft at its airfields and in active offensive air battles by our fighters. Gaining operational air supremacy in the Moscow direction was a great victory for the Soviet Air Force and the armed forces as a whole. The Supreme High Command was able to regroup troops and concentrate reserves without significant impact from enemy aircraft. At the beginning of December 1941, the situation on the entire Soviet-German front changed dramatically. The first victories near Moscow, Tikhvin and Rostov created the conditions for the Soviet Army to launch a counter-offensive in the main Moscow direction. The plan of the headquarters was to deliver the main blow in the western direction in order to defeat the main forces of Army Group Center and decisively improve the position of the Soviet troops. The counter-offensive involved troops of the Kalanin, western and right wing of the southwestern front, aviation of the Moscow Defense Zone, the 6th Air Defense Fighter Aviation Corps, 2 reserve aviation groups of the Supreme High Command, and the main forces of long-range bomber aviation. All attracted aviation forces were united by the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force, General P.F. Zhagarev, and his field headquarters. The main attention in defeating the enemy near Moscow was given to the Western Front under the command of General G.K. Zhukov. 80% of all aviation concentrated in the Moscow region was allocated for operations in the Western Front. In the counter-offensive, the Air Force had to actively support the ground forces, maintain gained air supremacy, protect Moscow from enemy raids, disrupt the enemy's railway transportation, and conduct aerial reconnaissance. The preparations were carried out during a defensive battle, which allowed the Soviet command to concentrate sufficient forces and means. However, the troops involved in the counter-offensive were inferior to the enemy in men by 1.5 times, in artillery by 1.4 times, and in tanks by 1.6 times. We had superiority only in aviation. The Soviet aviation consisted of about 1,200 combat aircraft, while the enemy had up to 700 aircraft, 64. The Soviet soldiers were far superior to the Nazi troops in moral and political terms. Selfless love for the Soviet motherland and unshakable will to victory were the decisive force that forced the Nazis to flee from Moscow. At dawn on December 5, 1941, the troops of the left wing of the Kalinin front launched a counter-offensive, and on December 6, the strike groups of the western and southwestern fronts. They attacked the enemy in a strip from Kalinin to Yelets with a length of about 1000 km. The command of the Soviet Air Force used about 1,000 combat aircraft to carry out concentrated attacks on the enemy group north and northwest of Moscow, and only 200 aircraft against the troops on the left flank. 65. The troops, with the active support of our aviation, broke through the enemy's tactical defense zone and successfully began to develop an offensive in all directions. On December 9, 1941, aerial reconnaissance established the beginning of a massive enemy withdrawal along the Klin-Teryevo-Sloboda road. This made it possible for the Supreme High Command and the Air Force Command to direct the efforts of our aviation to destroy the retreating enemy columns. In order to cut off the retreat routes for the German troops, on the night of December 15, the Soviet command sent a tactical airborne assault force consisting of 415 soldiers and officers to the area west of Teryevo-Sloboda. The landing force very successfully completed its task, cutting off the enemy's escape routes along the roads and thereby enabling our aviation to hit a large concentration of enemy vehicles and equipment on the roads. By the end of December, the landing united with the troops of the 30th Army. Here is what Marshal of the Soviet Union G.K. Zhukov writes about this in his memoirs. The counter-offensive actions of the right wing of the Western Front continued continuously. They were actively supported by front aviation, the country's air defense aviation and long-range aviation, commanded by General E. Golovanov. Aviation launched powerful attacks on artillery positions, tank units, command posts, and when the retreat of Nazi troops began, they stormed and bombed infantry, armored and vehicle columns. As a result, all the roads to the west after the retreat of the enemy troops were clogged with his military equipment and vehicles. 66. During the pursuit of the enemy, together with frontline aviation in the Klin direction, the aviation group of General I.F. Petrov was actively operating, and in the Kaluga and Sukhini areas, General E.M. Nikolayenko, long-range bomber aircraft operated against enemy troops until December 7. Afterwards, her efforts were switched to attacking railway junctions, trains and stages in order to prevent the supply of enemy troops and equipment to the front. The report of the Military Council of the Air Force of the Soviet Army dated December 22, 1941 to the Supreme Commander-in-Chief I.V. Stalin then indicated that the aviation of the High Command had been carrying out tasks to destroy railway junctions and trains since December 7, trying to disrupt the supply of ammunition and enemy troops to the front. In difficult meteorological conditions, poor visibility, snowfall, fog, icing of aircraft, aviation divisions carried out 251 sorties and dropped 156 tons of bombs from December 7 to 18. As a result of the bombing, 32 railway stations, 85 trains with ammunition and troops, and up to 83 tanks and vehicles were destroyed. It was proposed to continue to use long-range bomber aircraft against large enemy targets in his rear. 67. The counter-offensive of troops on three fronts in the Moscow direction lasted 33 days. During this period, the Soviet Air Force, in exceptionally difficult meteorological winter conditions, carried out about 16,000 combat sorties, 50% of which were aimed at destroying enemy troops and military equipment. 68. Aviation operations in the counter-offensive were concentrated in the main directions. 70% of all frontline aviation sorties were carried out with the goal of defeating the enemy's northern grouping. The massing of aviation forces in the main direction, the actions of frontline and long-range bomber aircraft against resistance centers, retreating enemy groups, their control points, rear areas and communications created favorable conditions for accelerating the pace of the offensive. As a result of the joint actions of the front forces and aviation, by the end of December 1941, the enemy strike forces that threatened Moscow from the north and south were defeated. The immediate threat to the capital was eliminated. The battle for Moscow revealed the high combat capabilities of the Soviet Air Force, which, under the centralized control of the combined aviation forces, played an exceptionally large role in the defeat of the enemy. The combat experience accumulated during the counteroffensive was used. The Air Force's knowledge was subsequently widely used by the Soviet command in improving the art of controlling the combined efforts of aviation in offensive operations of front groups. The Communist Party and the Soviet government highly appreciated the actions of the Air Force. December 6, 1941, 6 aviation regiments, 29th, 129th, 155th and 526th Fighter Regiments, Commanders, Majors A.P. Yudakov U.M., Burkel A.F., Speck N.P., Metalkin, 215th Assault, Commander Major L.D. Reno, and 31st Bomber Aviation Regiment, Commander Lieutenant Colonel F.I. Dubish were converted into guards. Thousands of aviators were awarded orders and medals. 52 brave pilots were awarded the high title of Hero of the Soviet Union, including V.A. Shishov S.G. Getman A.F. Lakshanov A.I. Molodchy A.G. Ragov F.M. Fatkulin A.N. Katrik E.M. Gorbatyuk V.E. Kovalev V.V. Talalikan and others. 70 in the Battle of Moscow, pilot V.V. Talalikan made the first night ram in the war, and pilot A.N. Katrik the first high-altitude ram. It is difficult, and indeed impossible, to overestimate the full significance of our victory in the defeat of the Nazi troops and the wanted German aviation in the Battle of Moscow. It was a historic victory, which entered an unfading page not only in the annals of the Great Patriotic War, but also in world history. The defeat of enemy troops near Moscow strengthened faith in the final victory of the Soviet people and their armed forces and raised the morale of the peoples of the Nazi-occupied countries of Europe. The peoples of the world saw that Hitler's army could and would be defeated. The victory near Moscow was achieved thanks to the advantage of the socialist social and state system, the selfless work of our people, the unparalleled feat and skill of the soldiers of the Soviet army led by the Leninist Communist Party. The historical victory near Moscow, noted L.I. Brezhnev, inspired the Soviet people to new exploits and strengthened their confidence that the enemy would inevitably be defeated. 71. The experience of the Air Force's combat operations in the Battle of Moscow confirmed the need to find and apply a new form of aviation control by combining the attracted aviation forces under the leadership of a senior aviation commander. The need to improve the organizational structure of units and formations of frontline and long-range bomber aviation, the headquarters and directorates of the Soviet Army Air Force, and the creation of large, highly maneuverable aviation reserves of the Supreme Commander clearly emerged. Life demanded the generalization of combat experience of all types and branches of aviation and its rapid dissemination to the troops, academies and scientific institutions. The organization of interaction between aviation and formations of ground forces needed further improvement. The enemy's technical superiority in aviation technology and weapons has not yet been eliminated. Solving these major tasks required great efforts on the part of the Central Committee of the Communist Party and the government, the General Staff, the Command, the Military Council and the Air Force Headquarters. Most of them were developed already at the beginning of 1942, reported to the headquarters of the Supreme High Command and practically implemented during 1942. Notes: 1. Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945, m. 1968, p. 29. To Aviation and Cosmonautics of the USSR, m. 1968, p. 89. 3. The Directive of the People's Commissar of Defense S.K. Timosenko and the Chief of the General Staff G.K. Zhukov to all border military districts was transmitted at night at 00:30 on June 22, 1941. For Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War 1941-1945 from 34-5 Ibid from 35-6 Novikov in the sky of Leningrad, M 1970 p. 45-7 History of the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941-1945 Volume 2 M 1961 pp. 17, 18-8 Aviation and Cosmonautics of the USSR p. 87. 9 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F-35 Op 11285 No. 16 pp. 63-66. 10 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F-96A Op 1711 D. 1 L11. 11 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F-35 Op 11285 D-115 LLL-35 12 Ibid LL 35 13 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F-48A Op 1554 No. 19 L 136 14 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F-35 Op 7879 No. 6 No. 135 15 Military Historical Journal 1972 No. 6 p. 21 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 p. 37 16 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F-48A Op 1554 D. 9 L. 213 17 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F-35 Op 11285 No. 173 pp. 110-111 18 Military Historical Journal 1972 No. 3 p. 25 19 World War 1939-1945 Per with him M 1957 p. 472 20 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 p. 30-39 21 Aviation and Cosmonautics of the USSR p. 92 22 Military Historical Journal 1974 No. 2 p. 31 23 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 p. 44 24 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F-35 Op. 30802 No. 10 No. 13 25 26 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F-35 Op. 73940 D2L 110 27 History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Volume 4 M 1974 p. 79 28 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F 132A Op 2624 D 41 pp. 40 42 29 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 p. 52 53 30 Eremenko AI in the Western Direction M 1959 p. 90 30 Guderian G Memoirs of a Soldier Per with him M 1954 p. 198 31 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F 202 Op 3996 D 2L 38 32 History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Vol. 4 p. 79 33 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F 20 R Op 19013 Building 1 L6 34 Ibid LL 1416 35 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941–1945 p. 54. 36 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War 1941–1945 from 54–55. 37 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 Op. 78,125 No. 3 L. 120. 38 IBED. Op. 11,250 No. 8 L. 70. 39 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 Op. 7879 No. 6 No. 35 73. 40 Tsai Kennedy. From Ilium Uramets to a missile carrier. M. 1975 p. 69. 41 History of the Second World War 1939–1945 Vol. 4 p. 69. 42 Winged Sons of the Motherland M. 1967 p. 190–195. 43 At the beginning of October 1941, the 1st and 2nd German Panzer Groups were renamed Panzer Armies. 44 The Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941–1945. Short Story M. 1970 p. 110. 45 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 48A Op. 1554 D. 91 L. 308. 46 Guderian G. Memoirs of a Soldier p. 222. 47 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941–1945. Collection of Documents No. 1 M. 1957 p. 47. 48 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 48A Op. 1554 D. 91 L. 359. 49 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941–1945 p. 68. 50 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 6314 Op. 11153 No. 88 No. 306 307. 51 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 Op. 1282 No. 29 pp. 139 140. 62 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 208 Op. 2677 D. 31 L. 67. 53 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 Op. 30802 D8 L12. 53 A History of the Second World War 1939–1945 Volume 4 M. 1975 pp. 96–97. 53 B IBED p. 97. 53 C IBED. 54 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941–1945 p. 71. 55 IBED p. 72. 56 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 202 Op. 38 No. 12 L. 102. 57 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 208 Op. 198,982 No. 13 L. 88. 58 Aviation and Cosmonautics of the USSR p. 108. 59 History of the Second World War 1939–1945 Vol. 4 p. 103. 60 The Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941–1945 Brief History p. 124. 61 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 Op. 30802 No. 41 pp. 85–86. 62 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 35 Op. 11285 No. 74 No. 85–86. Military Historical Journal 1972 No. 6 p. 21. 63 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War 1941-1945 from 77-64 History of the Second World War 1939-1945 Volume 4 p. 284 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 p. 78-79 65 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F. 208 Op. 142,690 D. 3 L39 D2 pp. 1922-66 Zhukov GK. Memories and Reflections Wall. 2 M. 1974 p. 45-67 Archive of the USSR Ministry of Defense F35 Op. 11290 No. 13 L. 196 68 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 p. 87 69 Aviation and Cosmonautics of the USSR p. 111, 112, 70 Soviet Air Force in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 p. 78, 71 Brezhnev I. Great Victory of the Soviet People, M. 1965 p. 12, i.e. Further strengthening of the Air Force of the Soviet Army. The situation on the fronts in the spring of 1942. The outstanding military-political event of the first year of the Great Patriotic War was the victory of the Soviet armed forces near Moscow in the winter of 1941-42. As a result of the counter-offensive and the general offensive, Soviet troops inflicted the first major defeat on the armed forces of Nazi Germany during the entire Second World War. The enemy was driven back hundreds of kilometers. The Soviet army seized the initiative in the main strategic direction and held it for almost 6 months. The historic victory of the Soviet armed forces near Moscow marked the beginning of a radical turn in the course of the Great Patriotic War. The victory of Soviet troops near Moscow raised the international authority of the Soviet Union even higher and contributed to the unity of the states and peoples of the anti-Hitler coalition to fight fascist aggression. On January 1, 1942, 26 states, including the USSR, the USA and England, signed a declaration on pooling military and economic resources to defeat the fascist bloc. The bulk of the Nazi troops and its satellites were still located on the Soviet-German front. On April 1, 1942, there were 176 divisions of German ground forces, including 21 tank and 14 motorized, and 9 brigades, 14 Finnish divisions and 8 brigades, 7 Romanian divisions and 7 brigades, 3 Hungarian divisions and 2 brigades, 3 Italian, 2 Slavic and 1 Spanish divisions. On May 1, 1942, the armies of the fascist bloc on the Soviet-German front numbered 6,198,000 people, 56,941 guns and mortars without 50 mm mortars, 3,229 tanks and assault guns and 3,395 combat aircraft, 2,815 German, 295 Finnish, 165 Romanian, 50 Hungarian and 70 Italian too. By May 1942, the Soviet armed forces in the active army had 5.5 million people, 43,640 guns and mortars, 1,220 rocket artillery installations, 4,065 tanks, 3,160 combat aircraft, excluding 320 reconnaissance aircraft of outdated designs and 375 night-light bombers U-23. By the spring of 1942, the situation on the Soviet-German front had stabilized. The front line ran from Leningrad along the Volkhov River, east of Staraya Russa, skirted the Demyansk region from the east and west, then followed the line east of Kolm, Velikai Luki, Veles, Damedov, Beli, north of Yartsevo, formed the Zvoyazmel edge, captured the area to the west Yuknov, Kirov, further along the line to the east of Lyudinovo, Zhizre, Volkhov, Verkhov to the west of Verkhovy, Tim, Volchansk, a protrusion moved to the west in the area of Balaklaya, Lozovo, Barvenkovo, cut off Krasny Liman, Debaltsevo, Kubyshevo and further along the Mias River. The Soviet command had no doubt that the Nazi troops would take active offensive actions at the beginning of the summer. The upcoming intense struggle required the completion of the restructuring of the country's national economy, the increase in military production and the further deployment of all types of the Soviet armed forces. Organizational changes in the Central Office, operational formations and formations of the Air Force of the Soviet Army, the increased scope of the Great Patriotic War, the steady quantitative and qualitative growth of the Soviet Air Force and the ever-increasing scale of their actions on the war fronts required improvement of the organizational structure of the central apparatus of the Air Force, aviation associations, formations and units. The Central Committee of the Communist Party constantly kept in his field of vision is all issues related to the further strengthening and construction of the Soviet Air Force. The selection and placement of aviation personnel of the highest and senior categories was carried out through the Aviation Department of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks, headed by General N.S. Shimenov. A major role in resolving all major issues in the life and combat activities of the aviation of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks was assigned to the Military Council of the Air Force. Combining the functions of military and political leadership, he bore full responsibility for combat training, the political and moral state, the selection, training and placement of Air Force command and control personnel, flight technical personnel, and the technical equipment of aviation. In the central apparatus of the Air Force under the leadership of the Military Council, in the first half of 1942 major measures were developed and carried out to improve the means and methods of controlling aviation, improving the organizational structure of the central apparatus, aviation operational formations and units of the Air Force. The Air Force Military Council showed tireless concern for the political education of aviators and raising the level of party political work. Much work was done to strengthen discipline and raise the political and moral level of Air Force personnel. The Military Council was constantly informed about the party political work in the air forces of the fronts, armies, formations and units of frontline and long-range bomber aviation and exerted its influence on it. Various issues of technical equipment of the Air Force were also discussed at meetings of the Military Council. Thus, on March 31, 1942, the Military Council discussed the progress of repairs of aircraft and engines, and on April 2, on the production and use of gliders. April 19, about spare parts for aircraft and engines. 4. Members of the Military Council delved deeply into the work of the headquarters and all control bodies of the Air Force, aviation logistics departments and services of the central apparatus. In February 1942, General Alexander Alexandrovich Novikov, a participant in the Civil War, a member of the KSU since 1920, was appointed to the post of First Deputy Commander of the Soviet Army Air Force. 5. In 1930, he graduated from the Military Academy. M.V. France. A. Novikov came to aviation from the headquarters of the 11th Rifle Corps of the Belarusian Military District. During the first 5-year plan, aircraft manufacturing developed rapidly, and the production of aircraft equipment increased significantly. The number of aviation units and formations grew. Aviation needed experienced personnel. In the early 30s, many experienced combined arms commanders were sent to the Air Force, including A. Novikov, working as the Chief of Staff of an aviation brigade. In 1933, A. Novikov passed the exams as an external observer for the rank of pilot observer. In 1935, he became a squadron commander, and in March 1936, he was awarded the military rank of colonel. In June 1938, A. Novikov was appointed Chief of Staff of the Air Force of the Leningrad Military District, and after the military conflict with Finland in July 1940, he became commander of the Air Force of this district, where the Great Patriotic War found him. After the appointment of A. Novikov to the post of Deputy Commander of the Air Force of the Soviet Army, the Supreme High Command Headquarters immediately sent him to the fronts to assist in uniting aviation forces and its massive use in the main direction of operations of the ground forces. In the second half of February 1942, A. Novikov headed from the Air Force the development of a plan for conducting an operation by the Air Force in the western direction. This plan was developed jointly by the headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force and the headquarters of the Western Front Air Force, was signed on February 28, 1942 by A. Novikov and approved by the Military Council of the Western Direction. At the beginning of March 1942, the Supreme Command Headquarters sent A. Novikov to the Volkhov Front. The headquarters directive to the commander of the troops of the Volkhov and Leningrad fronts and the deputy commander of the Soviet Army Air Force dated March 8, 1942 set the task of organizing and conducting massive airstrikes against the battle formations and defensive structures of enemy troops on the front line and in depth from March 10 to March 20 offensive zones of the 4th, 59th, 2nd Shock Armies of the Volkhov Front and the 54th Army of the Leningrad Front, as well as along enemy communications. The organization and implementation of airstrikes were entrusted to the Deputy Commander of the Soviet Army Air Force A. Novikov and the Commander of Long-Range Aviation Major General of Aviation A. E. Golovanov, who was at his disposal. 6. The decision of the Supreme High Command Headquarters to attract joint aviation forces for massive attacks on enemy troops was then determined by the need to quickly eliminate the enemy's Lyuben Group 7. The situation in this direction by the end of February 1942 was as follows. Back in early January, the 4th and 59th Armies of the Volkhov Front went on the offensive in the direction of Lyuben and Tozno. The arriving formations of the 2nd Shock Army were also brought into the battle. By the end of January, the 2nd Shock Army advanced 75 km, cut the Novgorod-Leningrad railway and reached the approaches to Lyuben. The offensive of the other armies of the Volkhov Front was not successful. The 54th Army of the Leningrad Front, which attacked Lyuben from the Pogosty area, advanced slowly. Attempts by the 2nd Shock Army to expand the breakthrough and capture Lyuben were unsuccessful. Strong air support was required. To carry out these tasks, A. Novikov was allowed to attract 8 reserve aviation regiments of the Supreme Command Headquarters, part of the long-range aviation forces and aviation of the indicated fronts. If necessary, it was allowed to use aviation of combined arms armies. The Leningrad Front had 12 aviation regiments as part of the Front Air Force and combined arms armies, including 8 fighter regiments, 1 attack regiment and 3 bomber regiments. The Volkhov Front Air Force had 23 separate aviation regiments, of which 13 regiments were united by 2, the 2nd and 3rd Reserve Aviation Groups, which respectively interacted with the 59th and 4th Combined Arms Armies of the front. To develop a plan of action for all aviation, A. Novikov attracted the command and headquarters of the Volkhov Front Air Force, Commander of the Air Force, General I.E. Zerevlev, General S.I. Rudenko, who arrived with him, and his own operational group, consisting of 3 Air Force headquarters officers. The plan was developed, agreed upon and reported to the commanders of the front forces. Taking into account the situation and the absence of divisional level fronts in the Air Force, they decided to create a temporary aviation group. Commander General S.I. Rudenko, Chief of Staff Major M.N. Kozhevnikov of 8 aviation regiments for operations mainly on the right flank in the 54th Army. The actions of our aviation provided significant assistance to the troops of the Leningrad and Volkhov fronts. For the first time during the war, aviation actions were coordinated here by a senior aviation commander in the interests of troops of not one, but now 2 fronts. This was a new phenomenon in the strategic interaction of the Soviet military air forces with ground forces. By a resolution of the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR dated April 11, 1942, General A. Novikov was appointed commander of the Soviet Army Air Force and at the same time time Deputy People's Commissar of Defense of the USSR for Aviation 8. From the first days of assuming the post of Commander of the Air Force of the Soviet Army, Novikov paid a lot of attention to improving the organizational structure of the central apparatus of the Air Force, aviation associations, formations and units of frontline and long-range bomber aviation. At a meeting of the Air Force Military Council, headquarters proposals to change the organizational structure of Air Force departments and directorates were considered. In accordance with the directive of the General Staff, in April 1942 the first department was deployed to the Air Force Headquarters Directorate. Colonel N.A. Zarevlev was appointed head of the department and Regimental Commissar I. Kozlov was appointed military commissar from May 27, 1942. This directorate of the Air Force headquarters included several departments, the heads of which were appointed Colonels K. T. Burek, E. G. Moiseev, V. Sierozhenko. The creation at headquarters of a department for the study and generalization of war experience was of exceptionally great importance for the Air Force. He was entrusted with studying and summarizing the combat experience of the troops and developing instructions and information bulletins in order to provide practical assistance to units, formations, academies and military educational institutions. His functions also included revealing the weaknesses and strengths in the use of our aviation and enemy aviation, in the use of aviation equipment and weapons, and developing proposals for the introduction of new tactical methods and techniques of action of units, subunits and individual aircraft. Officers A. Vasiliev, head of the department from the beginning of 1943, A. G. Drozdov, M. D. Tikhonov, N. Ostromov, I. V. Bolderev, A. worked very effectively in the department throughout the war. S. Kravchenko, I. V. Pimenov, etc. The work of the department to study the experience of war was extremely useful and had a direct impact on increasing the effectiveness of our aviation. Referring to the need to generalize and disseminate combat experience, the newspaper Pravda wrote in 1942. The accumulated combat experience and ability to fight is a precious treasure that belongs to our entire army, to our entire people. 9. With this organizational structure, the headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force operated until 1944. The heads of departments, their deputies and a small part of the officers changed. In particular, in 1942, Colonel N.P. Dogayev was appointed Chief of Staff of the Air Force of the Kalinin Front, Colonel V.V. Storozhenko Chief of Staff of the Air Force of the Northwestern Front, Colonel M.V. Shcherbakov Commander of the Reserve Aviation Group. New officers arrived in the first department. Lieutenant Colonels P.F. Korotko, G.V. Vinogradov, Majors V.B. Shemborsky, A.S. Bolotnikov, Captains F.Ya. Panyashkin, V.I. Izvolov, G.I. Glazunov, Senior Lieutenants I. Popkov, I.E. Savkin, and in other departments, Colonel P.V. Ratapov, Lieutenant Colonels M.N. Karpak, V.M. Bogdan, Captain G.I. Kopilov and others. In April 1942, General Sergei Alexandrovich Kurdyakov arrived as Chief of Staff of the Soviet Army Air Force. In 1931, being the Chief of Staff of the 8th Cavalry Regiment S.A., Kurdyakov was sent to the Command Department of the Air Force Academy. N.E. Zhukovsky. In November 1932, he passed the flight practice exam and received the flying rank of observer pilot, and after graduating from the academy, he was appointed head of the headquarters department of the 5th Heavy Bomber Air Brigade. In 1939, while working as the head of the logistics department of the Air Force of the Belarusian Military District, he retrained as a pilot without interruption from his main job, and in February 1940 was appointed Chief of Staff of the Air Force of the Belarusian Military District, and in February 1942, Commander of the Front Air Force. From this position S.A. Kurdyakov arrived at the headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force. But he did not have to work at the headquarters for long. In July 1942, at the request of the Military Council of the Western Front, he was appointed commander of the 1st Air Army of this front. General G.A. Kozhevnikov, who held the position of Chief of Staff of the Air Force, was appointed first Deputy Commander of the Air Force in April 1942. There was also a reorganization of the Air Force Logistics Services. The Logistics Department included the following departments: Rear Services, Airfield Construction, Technical Supply, Departments for the Operation of Special Vehicles and Mechanization Equipment, Fuel Supply, Combined Arms Supply, as well as Central Aviation Warehouses. General L. G. Rudenko was appointed head of the Rear Services. The party organization of the headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force was strengthened. Major G. M. Shrev was elected as the released secretary of the party bureau of the party organization of the Air Force headquarters. The organizational changes carried out in accordance with the decision of the Supreme High Command in the central apparatus of the Air Force increased the level of leadership of the Air Force. At the same time, major organizational changes were carried out in long-range bomber and frontline aviation. The experience of aviation combat operations in the summer-autumn campaign of 1941 and especially during the Battle of Moscow showed the need to create large aviation reserves and such aviation operational formations of frontline aviation that would ensure the massive use of aviation in the most important areas of action of ground forces and the possibility of them carrying out wide maneuver not only within the front but also between fronts. One of the decisive conditions for a successful air war, stated the newspaper Pravda in 1942, is skillful maneuvering of aviation forces. To be able to quickly concentrate a strong fist for a powerful surprise strike directed to the most vulnerable place or vice versa. To regroup your forces with lightning speed. Forces to ward off an enemy strike and sometimes to disperse them in the blink of an eye. This is what the combat practice of today requires. 10. By a decree of the State Defense Committee of March 5, 1942, units and formations of long-range bomber aviation were transformed into long-range aviation (LAA), subordinated directly to the Supreme Command Headquarters. Aviation Major General A. E. Golovanov was appointed commander of the AD. Divisional Commissar G. G. Guryanov was a member of the Military Council, and Aviation Lieutenant General M. I. Shivalev was appointed Chief of Staff. The fate of Alexander Evgenievich Golovanov during the Great Patriotic War was very remarkable. He began his combat career in 1941 as commander of the 212th Special Purpose Long-Range Bomber Aviation Regiment for operations against targets deep behind enemy lines in difficult weather conditions and at night. The 212th Aviation Regiment began the war by carrying out combat missions received directly from the Supreme Command Headquarters against deep enemy targets. The regiment proved capable of successfully performing complex combat missions. This determined the appointment of A. Golovanov in August 1941 to the post of commander of the separate 81st Long-Range Bomber Special Purpose Aviation Division, subordinate directly to the Supreme Command Headquarters, and in March 1942 as commander of Long-Range Aviation. During the war, the command staff and headquarters of long-range aviation included generals and officers who most distinguished themselves in organizing the execution of combat missions by air units. These are Deputy Commander General N. S. Skripko, Head of Department N. G. Khmelevsky, Head of Department I. M. Tolonin, Navigators I. Petakhov V. I. Sokolov and S. F. Ashakov, Chief Engineer I. V. Markov et al. By decree of the State Defense Committee of April 26, 1942, the main directorate of the Civil Air Fleet, headed by General F.A. Astakhov, was subordinated to the commander of the Air Force of the Soviet Army. The Civil Air Fleet was entrusted with the tasks of transporting goods to the front, evacuating the wounded from the front, and providing air communications with partisan detachments behind enemy lines. The rights of command of the Air Force of the Soviet Army, commanders of the Air Force of fronts and combined arms armies were expanded, according to the instructions of the Supreme High Command Headquarters. From January 1942, the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force was allowed to attract, if necessary, the country's air defense aircraft located near the front to cover the advanced units of the front. The commanders of the air forces of the fronts and armies were appointed as deputy commanders of the fronts and armies for aviation and members of the military councils of the fronts and armies, while retaining the rights and responsibilities of the commanders of the air forces of the fronts and armies. At the same time, the Army Air Force commanders were given responsibility for the timely relocation of fighter aircraft to airfields abandoned by the enemy and making them ready for deployment. For these purposes, it was ordered to have 2 or 3 reserve airfield service battalions ASB reinforced by sappers from the ground forces as part of the Combined Arms Army Air Force 11. At the same time, the General Staff and the command of the Soviet Army Air Force were looking for ways to improve the organizational structure of frontline aviation. Its dispersion among the combined arms armies did not make it possible to unite all the front's aviation forces and use them en masse in the main direction of the ground forces operations. The commanders of combined arms armies were in dire need of aviation assistance on the battlefield and could not allocate any forces from subordinate air units to perform other tasks in the interests of their neighbor or the front as a whole. This led to the dispersion of aviation and a narrowing of its combat capabilities, which negatively affected the effectiveness of strikes. In March 1942, the headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force developed, and the Air Force Military Council considered, proposals for improving the organizational structure of frontline aviation. The Air Force commanders reported the proposals to the State Defense Committee. They said that in order to successfully fight the enemy, our aviation lacks organizational unity and a unified command. The dispersion of aviation results in strikes being delivered everywhere, but they are all weak. It was proposed to consolidate aviation into large formations 12. The State Defense Committee approved the idea of creating large aviation formations. In March 1942, it was decided to form 10 strike aviation groups of mixed composition, 6 to 8 aviation regiments each, intended to strengthen the air forces of the fronts that launched a general offensive in the first half of 1942. The formation of strike aviation groups was carried out in accordance with directives of the General Staff, on the basis of which the Air Force headquarters prepared the relevant orders and instructions. The orders of the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force dated March 16 and 17, 1942 provided for the creation of the first 4 strike aviation groups and then the remaining 6. Their composition was different, from 3 to 8 air regiments. For example, the first group was formed as part of 2 bomber aviation regiments on P-2 aircraft, 2 attack aviation regiments on Il-2 aircraft, 2 fighter aviation regiments on Yak-1 LAGG-3 aircraft and 2 heavy bomber aviation regiments on DB-3F aircraft 13. By May 1942, all 10 attack aviation groups had been created on the following fronts: Groups 1 and 6 on the Volkhov, 2 on the northwest, 3 on the south, 4 and 5I on the western, 7th on the Bryansk, 8th on the southwestern, 15th on the Crimean and 16th on the North Caucasus front. They conducted combat operations as the aviation regiments were ready. The idea of creating strike aviation groups was fundamentally correct, but the changed situation, which required the unification of all aviation forces of the front, forced a change in view on the organization of reserves. Strike aviation groups existed until the beginning of June 1942. New, more rational forms of the organizational structure of aviation reserves were sought. By the spring of 1942, material conditions had been created for a new structure of frontline aviation. The number of aircraft in the active army was constantly increasing. If in December 1941 the number of aircraft in the active army was 2,495, then in May 1942 it was already 3,164. The aviation industry increased the rate of growth in aircraft production. In December 1941, 693 aircraft were received from industry. In January 1942, 976. In February, 822. In March, 1532. In April 1942, 1432 aircraft. By this time, our aviation industry was producing mainly aircraft of new designs. LAGG-3, Yak-1, Yak-76. Production of new Tu-2 bombers and Yak-9 fighters began. The share of new P-2, Yak-1, Yak-76 and Il-2 aircraft in combat units was more than 50%. The USSR aviation industry produced 15,735 aircraft in 1941, including 12,377 combat aircraft. In the first quarter of 1942, 3,301 were produced. In the second, 4,967. In the third, 6,219. In the fourth, 7,124 combat aircraft, and in total for 1942, 21,681 combat aircraft were produced 1415. Taking all this into account, as well as the combat experience gained in the operations of front aviation, the Military Council of the Soviet Army Air Force in April 1942 considered the issue of a new organizational structure of frontline aviation and decided to create, instead of the previously existing front air forces and army air forces, air armies as large aviation operational formations that ensured the massing of frontline aviation in the main directions of troop operations, the centralization of control and the effectiveness of airstrikes. These proposals were reported to the Air Force Commander at Supreme Command Headquarters, which approved and ordered the General Staff and Air Force Command to implement them. By order of the USSR Co. dated May 5, 1942, the first Air Army was created. The order stated, in order to increase the striking power of aviation and the successful use of massive air strikes, unite the air forces of the Western Front into a single Air Army, giving it the name First Air Army 16. Initially, the 1st Air Force included 2 fighter aviation divisions, each consisting of 4 fighter aviation regiments, 2 mixed air divisions, each consisting of 2 fighter, 2 attack and 1 bomber air regiments. In addition, a training air regiment, a long-range reconnaissance air squadron, a communications squadron and a night air regiment with U-2 aircraft. With each combined arms army of the front, there remained 1 mixed aviation regiment, which was operationally subordinate to the army commander, and with regard to special and aviation support, to the commander of the Air Army 17. During 1942, all other air forces of the active fronts were reorganized into air armies. In May the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 8th Air Armies were formed. In June, the 5th and 6th. In July, the 14th and 15th. In August, 16th and in November 7th, 13th and 17th Air Armies. By November 1942, combat aviation was removed from the subordination of the combined arms armies. They had 1 mixed aviation regiment at their disposal to carry out aerial reconnaissance and communications missions. It is difficult to overestimate the exceptional importance of this event for the Soviet Air Force. Air armies turned out to be the most successful form of organizational structure for frontline aviation. Introducing a new structure for frontline aviation, the Supreme High Command and the Air Force Military Council continued to search for the most convenient forms of creating powerful aviation reserves. In accordance with the order of the USSR Co. dated July 1, 1942, the formation of 2 fighter aviation armies, commanded by General C.M. Biletsky and V.G. Ryazanov, and 1 bomber aviation army, commanded by General V.A. Sudets, began. It was assumed that each of these armies would include 3 to 5 air divisions and have 200-300 aircraft 18. However, only the 1st Fighter Aviation Army, based in the Yelets area, was practically formed and took part in battles. It was formed in a hurry, was not yet fully prepared for combat operations, but due to the prevailing difficult conditions, in July 1942 it was introduced into the Battle of Voronezh, where, in cooperation with the 5th Tank Army, it fought fierce battles on the ground and in the air, covering troops from attacks by enemy aircraft, and in separate groups hit ground targets. The intensity of its military operations is evidenced by the following report from General E.M. Biletsky to the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force on July 12, 1942. In 7 days, Army fighters conducted 104 air battles and shot down 91 enemy aircraft. Of the 231 aircraft that entered the Army, 93 did not return from a combat mission during the battles, and the village was forced to fight on its own territory. 49 were being repaired in good condition by the end of 12 July 1942, 66 aircraft 19. The combat use of the 1st Fighter Aviation Army revealed serious shortcomings in its organizational structure. It turned out to be bulky, insufficiently maneuverable, and controlling its formations in the presence of an air army on the front was very difficult. The 1st Bomber Aviation Army was only part of its forces involved in combating railway transportation and enemy reserves in the western direction. 20. At the beginning of August 1942, 2 bomber air divisions were removed from its composition and quickly subordinated to the commander of the 1st Air Army for operations against enemy troops in the Yartsevo-Vyazma area, and 1 bomber division was transferred to long-range aviation. 21. During its formation, the 2nd Fighter Aviation Army was divided into 2 groups of 2 aviation divisions, with which the 1st and 3rd Air Armies were reinforced on July 27, 1942, respectively. The practice of combat operations has shown the inexpediency of having an air and aviation armies as part of one front. In the presence of 2 armies that did not have a single senior aviation commander, many difficulties arose in organizing interaction between them and the front forces. The command of the Soviet Army Air Force concluded that the air reserves of the Supreme High Command should be no less powerful in composition than the air armies, but in terms of organizational structure more mobile and maneuverable, and upon arrival at the front, freely enter into the organizational structure of the front air army, and after performing combat missions withdraw from it. The Aviation Corps turned out to be such a form of organizing the aviation reserves of the Supreme High Command. The headquarters decided to create Aviation Corps and separate aviation divisions of the RVGK on the basis of the air armies being formed, reserve and strike aviation groups, by order of the USSR Code dated August 26, 1942, under the leadership of the Air Force Military Council. The formation of the RVGK Aviation Corps began. The first 4 fighter aviation corps were formed by the end of 1942. The 1st Fighter Air Corps was under the command of General E. M. Biletsky, the 2nd under the command of General A. S. Blagovshchensky, the 3rd under the command of General E. Ya. Savitsky, and the 4th Fighter Air Corps under the command of General I. D. Pajorny. From October 5 to October 15, 1942, under the leadership of the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force, bilateral flight tactical exercises of Aviation Corps were conducted in order to demonstrate the tactics of operating large groups of aircraft on the battlefield and to develop the basis for operational use in operations. 22. In total, by the end of 1942, 13 aviation corps were formed, of which 4 were fighter corps, 3 attack corps, 3 bomber corps and 3 mixed aviation corps. 9 RVGK aviation corps were sent to the front during the year. The formation and recruitment of Aviation Corps was under the direct control of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks. Employees of the Aviation Department of the Central Committee, the General Staff and the Air Force Command systematically reported to the leaders of the Communist Party, members of the State Defense Committee and headquarters on the formation and preparation of Reserve Aviation Corps, and always received prompt assistance from them. Air Corps consisted of 2 or more divisions and had from 120 to 270 aircraft. At first they were created as homogeneous, fighter, attack, bomber and mixed ones. Later mixed air corps did not justify themselves and were replaced by homogeneous ones. At the same time, mixed air divisions and air regiments were reorganized into homogeneous ones. The Air Corps of the RVGK were armed with new types of aircraft. They were used to strengthen frontline aviation and create powerful air groupings in the most important strategic directions. In accordance with the plan of strategic defense or offensive, the RVGK Air Corps, at the direction of the headquarters by the decision of the commander of the Soviet Army Air Forces, was concentrated in a short time in the indicated directions and, upon completion of the operation, was transferred to other directions. The Aviation Corps, as a powerful reserve of the Supreme High Command, made it possible to carry out wide maneuvers by aviation and sharply change the balance of forces in the air in our favor. For the Soviet Air Force, 1942 became a year of organizational strengthening, qualitative and quantitative growth of the aircraft fleet, improvement of the combat skills of flight personnel, and increasing maturity of commanders and staffs of all levels in command and control. Coordination of Air Force actions by representatives of the Supreme High Command for Aviation in the summer-autumn operations of 1942. The strategic leadership of the Air Force was carried out by the headquarters of the Supreme High Command. It identified and assigned tasks to them in accordance with the goals and plans of strategic operations of front groups and air operations, distributed their efforts across areas, organized interaction with other branches of the armed forces, and directed aviation actions through the General Staff, the Air Force Command and its representatives. The functions of representatives of the Supreme Command Headquarters for Aviation at the fronts were not defined by documents. In each individual case, they were indicated by headquarters in directives and orders. Representatives of the Supreme Command Headquarters were located directly in the combat area and, guided by the decision of the Supreme High Command, directly organized and carried out interaction between the Air Force and the ground forces. They coordinated the actions of the fronts and the involved aviation forces in terms of purpose, place and time, concentrated the main efforts on the main direction, and determined lanes for flights of frontline and long-range aviation. In the operations of 1942, the functions of representatives of the Supreme Command Headquarters for Aviation expanded. By the end of the first period of the war, they were already assigned the task of coordinating aviation efforts in the interests of 2, 3 or more fronts. With the representative of the Headquarters for Aviation, there was an operational group of the Air Force Headquarters consisting of 3 to 5 officers. She made changes to the maps in accordance with the situation, prepared draft orders for the commanders of the air armies, clarified the tasks of long-range aviation, coordinating them with the operational group of the AD commander, monitored the implementation of aviation tasks and developed draft daily reports to the Supreme Commander-in-Chief on the results of the actions of those involved in the Operation Aviation Forces. In the spring of 1942, intense work was underway in the central apparatus of the Air Force of the Soviet Army to direct the combat activities of the Air Force. Members of the Air Force Military Council with small groups of headquarters and directorates flew to the fronts and assisted the command in the formation of air armies, air corps and individual air divisions of the RVGK. The Air Force Headquarters participated in the development of plans for the regrouping of aviation forces to the south. Local assistance was also provided in organizing interaction with ground forces. Control was exercised over the construction of airfields, the accumulation and delivery of stocks of aircraft bombs, shells and fuel to the fronts. In March-June 1942, the command of the Soviet Army Air Force issued a number of directives to the commanders of the air forces of the fronts and air armies. In March 1942, all the commanders of the front air forces were pointed out to the shortcomings in the interaction of aviation with the discs of the fronts and the army. These instructions were prepared in the 1st Department of the Air Force Headquarters. They pointed out the need to concentrate aviation efforts in strictly limited areas and to solve only the most important tasks. Aviation combat operations were recommended to be planned and carried out with maximum intensity only during the period when ground forces were conducting active operations. The results of the actions of aviation interacting with troops should be assessed by the successes achieved by ground troops, by the effectiveness of the impact on the ground and in the air, confirmed by photographs or control flights. 23. These instructions played a positive role in improving the organization of interaction between aviation and troops and increasing its effectiveness. On March 27, 1942, by order of the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force, new provisions were introduced for the enhanced use of radio communications to control aviation on the ground and in the air. In May 1942, the Air Force headquarters issued a directive to eliminate shortcomings in the organization and control of fighter aircraft during air combat. The directive was developed based on an analysis of serious shortcomings in the Air Force of the Southwestern Front. It emphasized that fighter control consists not only in the timely allocation of forces and control over their departure, but mainly in the timely introduction of additional forces into battle and thereby influencing the course and outcome of the battle. The directive also indicated the need to organize monitoring of the air situation on the battlefield from forward control posts and provide guidance to fighters from the ground. 24. At the beginning of June 1942, in connection with the appearance of the new German Mi-109F aircraft at the front, the Air Force headquarters prepared a directive and, signed by the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force, sent it to the commanders of the air armies of the air forces of the fronts and combined arms armies. It indicated the flight tactical data of the Mi-109F aircraft. 25. It was believed that the most suitable fighter for combat with the Mi-109F was the Yak-1 fighter, which at an altitude of 3000 meters had high speed, equal rate of climb and better horizontal maneuver. Therefore, pilots on Yak-1 aircraft, taking into account the indicated qualities, could successfully fight the Mi-109F. Specific recommendations were given, tested at the Air Force Research Institute, on how to conduct a successful air battle with a new type of enemy fighter, i.e., the directive was of great importance. In July 1942, a directive from the commander of the Soviet Army Air Force to the commanders of air armies, front air forces and combined arms armies indicated that the principle of concentration of forces had not yet become the basis for the use of fighter aircraft. The art of the commander, who uses and controls the actions of fighters, lies in ensuring, even with small forces, numerical superiority at the right time, in the right place, since the most complete success can be achieved by combining the skill of the fighters with the art of control by the commander. Of great importance for the Air Force was the order of the USSR NPO of June 1942, prepared by the headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force on the use of Il-2 aircraft as day bombers. The order stated that we have Il-2 attack aircraft, which are the best short-range daylight bombers against enemy tanks and manpower. There are no such short-range daylight bombers in any other army. We can and must significantly increase our daytime bombing strikes against the enemy, but to do this we must immediately put an end to the harmful practice of underestimating Il-2 aircraft as daytime bombers and ensure that not a single Il-2 aircraft did not fly into battle without a full bomb load. At the end of March 1942, at a joint meeting of the State Defense Committee and the headquarters of the Supreme High Command, the action plan of the Soviet Armed Forces for the summer and autumn of 1942 was reviewed and approved. Taking into account the superiority of the enemy in forces and the lack of ready reserves, the headquarters of the Supreme High Command decided to take active defensive actions in pre-prepared lines to thwart enemy attacks, defeat him and create favorable conditions for the subsequent transition of the Soviet Army to the offensive. Simultaneously with the transition to strategic defense in the central direction, the plan provided for offensive operations near Leningrad, in the Demyansk area, in the Kharkov direction and in the Crimea. During that period, the Air Force continued to conduct aerial reconnaissance, protected troops from airstrikes, improved its combat readiness and waged a stubborn fight in the air. At the beginning of May 1942, on the Soviet-German front, both sides launched a struggle for the strategic initiative. It lasted for almost 2 months. Enemy aviation intensified its attacks on troops and rear facilities. In May 1942, 48,180 enemy Air Force sorties were registered on the Soviet-German front, and in June, 83,949, i.e., 12 times more than in December 1941. 26-28. In order to reduce the activity of fascist German aviation, the Soviet Air Force from May 30 to June 9, 1942, using air armies in a wide zone from Pskov to Crimea, carried out a series of effective attacks on enemy airfields. 29. At the same time, in general, events developed unfavorably for the Soviet Army. In May, the troops of the Crimean Front were defeated. It was formed in early 1942 with the goal of liberating Crimea, and by May it was defending the Kursk Peninsula in its narrowest part, in the so-called Akhmany positions. On May 12, 1942, headquarters ordered the aviation of the Crimean Front and the long-range aviation operating in this direction to be temporarily subordinated to the deputy commander of the AD, General N.S. Skripko 30. Attempts by the Crimean Front to conduct an offensive were unsuccessful. The enemy went on the offensive on May 8, 1942, intending to throw off Soviet troops from the Kursk Peninsula and then strike with all their might against the heroically defending Sevastopol. On May 15, the enemy occupied Kursk. The loss of the Kursk Peninsula sharply worsened the position of the defenders of Sevastopol. The heroic defense of the hero city continued for 250 days and nights, but the forces were unequal. On July 4, 1942, with the permission of the Supreme Command Headquarters, Soviet troops left Sevastopol. On May 12, 1942, the Kharkov offensive operation of the troops of the Southwestern Front began. The first 3 days it developed successfully. The Soviet command placed its main bet on it in launching preemptive strikes. In 3 days, Soviet troops, with the active support of aviation, advanced up to 25 km in the Volchansk region and 50 km southeast of Kharkov. On May 15, favorable conditions were created for the development of success from the resulting Barvenkovo Ledge. However, on May 17, a strike group of fascist German troops, concentrated in the Kramatorsk region, delivered a strong blow from south to north to the flank of the advancing group of Soviet troops and advanced tens of kilometers in the direction of Barvenkovo. The situation on the southwestern front deteriorated sharply. There were no strong reserves to parry the enemy's attack. On the afternoon of May 19, the commander-in-chief of the troops of the southwestern direction gave the troops the order to go on the defensive along the entire Barvenkovsky Ledge, repel the enemy's attack and restore the situation. But this decision turned out to be late. The troops of the southwestern and right wing of the southern front suffered heavy losses. The offensive operation of Soviet troops in the Kharkov area ended unsuccessfully. On June 26, 1942, General A.M. Vasilevsky was appointed Chief of the General Staff, who at the end of the month, together with the Deputy Commander of the Soviet Army Air Force, General G.A. Vorozhkin, arrived on the southwestern front to provide practical assistance to his command. Simultaneously with the battle in the Kharkov direction and in the Crimea, fierce battles were fought near Leningrad and in the Demyansk region in May and June. The offensive launched on May 3 by the troops of the Northwestern Front with the aim of defeating the enemy's Demyansk group ended in vain. The joint operation of the troops of the Leningrad and Volkhov fronts to break through the siege of Leningrad also failed. As a result of the unsuccessful outcome of the operations carried out by Soviet troops in May-June 1942, the situation on the Soviet-German front changed in favor of the enemy. In the second half of June 1942, the fascist German command completed the concentration and deployment of strike forces in areas northeast of Kursk and northeast of Kharkov. On June 28, enemy troops went on the offensive from the area east of Kursk, broke through the defenses at the junction of the 13th and 48th Armies of the Bryansk Front and advanced 40 km in depth in 2 days. Headquarters reinforced the Bryansk front with 3 tank corps. A tank corps from the front reserve was advancing to the breakthrough site. Army Commissar 2nd Rank P.S. Stepanov was sent to the Bryansk front from the Air Force as a representative of the headquarters with the operational group of the Air Force headquarters to organize massive strikes against the enemy group that had broken through. For this purpose he was allowed to use all the forces of the front aviation and 100 bombers from long-range aviation. In a directive dated June 29, the headquarters indicated to P.S. Stepanov the main tasks of aviation. The main task of front aviation is to conquer the air, create our overwhelming superiority and force German aviation, especially bombers, to leave the field. The second task is to use all the strength of our attack and bomber aircraft to defeat the enemy's tank and motorized columns, destroy enemy personnel and thereby support our troops. The third task is that our fighter aircraft must not only cover our troops but also bomb enemy personnel as far as possible. 31. In the same directive, the Supreme Commander-in-Chief demanded that reports on the actions of our aviation and enemy aviation be sent to him and A. Novikov 2 times a day. P.S. Stepanov, together with the Front Air Force Command, took all necessary measures to complete the assigned tasks. Our pilots fought courageously and showed unprecedented heroism. Strikes against advancing enemy troops were carried out by groups of attack aircraft and bombers. The enemy suffered losses in manpower and equipment, but due to the great superiority in forces on the ground and in the air, he continued to advance. In addition, the 3 tank corps transferred by the Supreme High Command headquarters to the front were brought into battle by the front command in parts and not so much to launch a simultaneous counterattack on the enemy who had broken through, but to close the breakthrough. Because of this, the front aviation, although it acted with great effort, could not carry out large massive attacks on enemy troops as required by the headquarters directive. The enemy advanced 80 km by the end of July 2. On the morning of June 30, fascist German troops of the 6th Army launched an attack from the Volchansk area on the formations of the right wing of the Southwestern Front. As a result, a gap was formed at the junction of the Bryansk and Southwestern Fronts. 32. By the end of July 15, the Nazis managed to break through the defenses between the Don and the northern Donets in a strip of up to 170 km and reached the large bend of the Don. On the night of July 12, the enemy invaded the Stalingrad region. German shock groups rushed to the Caucasus and Stalingrad. There was a threat of an attack on Stalingrad from the air. The Supreme Command headquarters ordered P.S. Stepanov to urgently leave for Stalingrad. The task was set to find out on the spot the possibilities of basing and logistical support for newly arriving aviation units and formations, as well as to determine our capabilities to counter the enemy's air attack on Stalingrad. The operational group of P.S. Stepanov included officers of the headquarters of the Soviet Army Air Force M.N. Kozhevnikov I.I. Osipov A.N. Maltsev M.N. Karpak I.P. Selivanov S.A. Kirov P.G. Grigoriev 33.